All right. Okay, so let me adjust that a little bit. Thank you for letting me know that. I can see that myself, but okay. All right. There we go. Wow. Y'all funny, man. What's going on? What's going on, family? What's going on? This is a pop-up session, Motivation Monday hangout session. We're just chilling tonight. Wanted to touch bases before we hit next Friday because I didn't go live last Friday. So this is not going to be a full-on session. However, just wanted to share a couple things, touch bases with y'all, and go about my business. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Y'all funny, man. Shout out to Mattiyahu Ben Israel, brother Aaron, the Presby in the building, Jason Smith, William Allen, Black Gav, Kevin Powell, what's going on? Son of Yadre, Shalom, my brother Aishu Cole, what's going on? Wanea, Cleanya, Shalom. Son of Yadre, you said that you hope I got your email. I'll check it again. Oh, you know what? Forward to me again so I can make sure it's at the top or the most recent. You know, so forward me again if I don't respond. And if I don't respond, give us a call and they'll schedule an appointment for us to talk one-on-one so we can go in depth about it. All right. Shout out to my brother S. McGee in the building, Dimitri Elder, Shalom, Kindred Messenger, what's going on? Janae, what's up, what's up? Jay Lockhart, 25, what's going on? Shakar, Yara Ya, Shalom. Kevin, I don't know what that's coming from. I have no clue. In the past, I had an interest of doing that. Now, I don't care to do it. It's just not advantageous to me at all. I don't care to do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who they are. Who are they that's saying this? There's no profit in regards to benefits in doing that. It's a waste of my time because, again, we have not squashed our side issue, our offline issues, man to man. If he wants to, he knows people in his circle have my number. He can give me a call. We could talk. And if we squash it, then we could do it. If not, then I want to have nothing to do with him at all. So that's just where I'm at with it. So I don't know who they are that's saying that, but apparently they're not very informed on what's going down. And this stuff is stemming all the way from almost a whole year ago. You know what I'm saying? I tried to see him in person, but he didn't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Last year in February. So I don't know what to say with that, man. You know, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's saying that or whatever, but apparently they don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. So until we can talk on the phone like men and squash it, I don't have nothing to do with him. Why is he chasing me for debate? I don't care anymore. I used to want to debate him. I don't care anymore. All right. So, you know, oh, who came at you with that? Let me know. Shout out to Sister Shannon here in the building. Abbott Cole, what's going on? Get Wise, what's up? What's up? Minister Maccabi, Shalom. Linda Ricks, Shalom. Aki DB, what's going on? What's going on? So I don't know. But I'll tell you the people who I'm interested in. I had great builds with David Lynn and a great build with Dore Love. You know what I'm saying? Good brothers. You know what I'm saying? Again, not on that funny type stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I'm only going to really build with the brothers from that community who are genuine, you know what I'm saying, and authentic and who keep it real. You feel what I'm saying? People who don't, it's just not, I'm not interested no more. You know what I'm saying? There's no contract, nowhere to say, oh, you got to do this. Like I moved to my own tune. I do what I want and nobody's going to force my hand to do something outside of that. It's just not going to work. All right. So Yasan said he said it on Berean TV. He did. Send me that link. Email me that link so I can check it out, man. I can check it out. All right. William Allen says, where'd you get your keeper from? Maisha made it. So if you need one or you want one, email me kingdomharbinger@gmail.com and I'll get that information over to her. Okay. Appreciate that. All right. Oh, no problem, Kevin. No problem, my brother. You know you're my brother, man. I'm just saying, I'm just speaking frankly. That's how I feel about the situation. So I've been asking Berean to put me on his platform so I can have a build with certain brothers that are on there and build with him as well. And I've been asking Brother Berean this for over a year and some change. And it has never happened. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, I don't know, but it's never happened. He just never prioritized it to get me on the platform. So it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So being that's the case, you know, if he had to go to Berean's platform in order to get my attention, it's obviously that I'm just flying over. So again, I'm doing what's advantageous for this ministry and dialogue with who I want to. His opportunity to dialogue with me was here. Now it's like this. So moving on. I don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? I have no interest in do that. All right. I have several discussions with other people coming up, and these are experts that are in the field of Christianity. I'm talking about real scholars, not these little guys. I'm talking about real scholars because I'm part of several organizations, and I've been doing correspondence with these people, and I will bring them on my platform soon, or I will feature on their platform. That's what I'm interested in. Don't these guys? No, I'm not interested in those guys. It's just, that's it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I have no clue what's going on. I told my people highlight him. They did. He said he will. Even when I tune in the chat, he gave me a couple of shout outs, but never goes out his way to say, hey, Divine, I want to get you on and do A, B, and C. Shout out to the sister Sandra at Large. She's invited me to her platform tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go and subscribe to Chandra at Large. She'll be doing an interviewing me on her show tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So shout out to that sister who, again, reached out and said, hey, Divine, do you want to come on for an interview? I said, sure, no problem. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, real recognize real. And that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? He had an opportunity to see me face to face. I let him know in advance and do a third party that I'm there in Orlando because he was talking all that smack in January of last year. I showed up and he was nowhere to be found. You know what I'm saying? In regards to doctrine, what does he want to discuss? What is the interest? I identify as an Israelite. As an Israelite, these are my perspectives, and this is my position based on A, B, C, F, and G. That's it. What you want to do? Oh, you're not a Christian. I understand that. I never said I was. Yo, it's very lame when people come at me like that. It's very lame. You know what I'm saying? It's really, really just lame. I know a lot of y'all like that discussion I had with Dory Love. Again, that was complete freestyle. That was not planned at all. He had me and him, I spoke on the show. And then afterwards, he had shot me an email. I emailed him back, and I still haven't heard from him yet because I know he was kind of busy. But when I do hear back from the brother, then we're going to be having another discussion, another little debate. You know what I'm saying? Just me and him. You know what I'm saying? But I thought that was pretty decent bill, man. Pretty decent bill with that brother. You know what I'm saying? Pretty decent bill. And again, you know what I'm saying? That's somebody who has a total opposite doctrine than me, and I can just build. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. The funny thing was the comments from a lot of those Christians on his version of the video. Because what he did was, I can't find the original live stream, but he cut out the part with me and him, and he uploaded it. And he had maybe about 11,000 views on it. And he had all these Christians going crazy. One of these Christians, I'm waiting for the brother to hit me up. Now I'm gonna show you these guys, right? These guys that want this work, talking all this smack. Let me get it for you, man. I'm gonna find this for y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. I got you. Let me show you something real quick. All right? I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let me see if I can find this guy's comments. I want to show this to y'all, man. It's hilarious, man. And then I'm gonna show you their channel. I'm saying, yo, these are the people that want to debate, like. So check it out. Check it out. And I hope he sees this too. All right? I hope he sees this. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Where's it at? Where is it at? Let me look up the video. Hold on. Let's do this. We'll go to the video, and then I'm gonna go to the comment section. Let me see if I can find it. Comments is hilarious, man. Hold on. Let me zoom in. Let me zoom in. Let me see if I can share these comments with y'all. Y'all see these comments? All right. Yeah, I'm going to share the comments with y'all. Hold on 1 second. It's 814 comments on there. That's crazy. Oh, shout out to my brother inside the nation in the building. What's going on? My brother, the Most High Child Sire, Rala in the building. Shalom King. What's going on, man? What's going on? Can you please do a lesson on Isaiah 14 and Jeremiah 27 and 28? A lot of apologists saying that debunks Deuteronomy 28. What? Ah, man. So S. McGee says, when it comes to the giants in Enoch, is that speaking of literal giants, or was it just tyrants or the sons of Seth? It was a mixture of giants and the sons of, giants and tyrants. And we get an idea of that before and after the flood, right? Because these giants, so the Rephaim are the real giants that existed after the flood. And prior to that, you had these I guess they're entities of some sort, you know what I'm saying, that we call the giants, that had ruled and reigned during that time, men of renown. So that means the ones who we see from legends, you know what I'm saying? Son of Yadre, they were slandering me? Is that what you're saying? Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right, my bad. All right. So what was they saying about me? Son of Yadre, what was they saying? So somebody needs to email me that link. I'm gonna go check it out. But pretty much people just wanted to bait you into a debate. So they say stuff like that because, again, it's a form of psychology. And the weak fall for that. I'm not going to fall for that. People have been saying all types of stuff all the time. All that is displaying their character. It's not doing nothing to mine. Yeah, it seems like that, Ice You Cold. So they was lumping me together with all the hate groups. That's hilarious, man. That's funny. Yes, definitely. Keith Williams, what is you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Shout out to Sister Santua in the building. Shalom, sis. We just here talking, man. We just talking right now, just catching up with y'all, giving y'all some updates. You already know, Aishiko. You already know, King. Yeah, so Keith Williams, I don't know what you're talking about, man. But anyway, let's go through these comments. All right. Shalom to my brother, the Black Carib. Says, Shalom, King Man. I was waiting for you last Friday. I apologize for that. Like I said, I had a family that came into town, so that was a little bit distracting. But I wanted to touch bases with y'all before I got too late in the week. And I'm going to continue to work on content for you guys because, you know, I'm busy just taking calls all day and meeting with my team and structuring KHM. I mean, something beautiful was brewing, you know what I'm saying? And it requires a lot of sacrifice, you know, and I know in my absence, a lot of other personalities in the community are shining. I don't know why people think this is a competition. I'm not competing with nobody. Y'all can have it. Y'all want the limelight, take it. I'm not in it for this. We're actually building something behind the scenes. Y'all just Facebook personalities. So all these Facebook personalities, you know what I'm saying, that want to shine in my absence, whether in our community or those who's trying to bait me into a debate because they have nothing else to offer the community. They have nothing else to offer the community. It's a shame. So I got to take away my time from my hard work behind the scenes to get on here and just say, okay, I'm just going to debate. I have nothing to prove to anybody. If I'm going to debate somebody who's asking me for debate, it's going to be on my terms. That's it. That's how it works. If you don't like that, oh well. Their platform is struggling, obviously, and this one is not. So they want the clout, you know what I'm saying? And that's what they want to do. So it's okay. There's this higher priority people for me to dialogue with than some of those guys. So I don't care. You know what I'm saying? All right. So yeah, Inside the Nation, it definitely is, man. And shout out to you, my brother. I see you in the streets putting in work, man. Keep up the good work, man. Keep up the good work, King. So I don't know. The Black Carib said, when is Passover? Okay, I'll give you the time for Passover. Now, the calendar is late, family. It's late. Still working on it. Got 2 illustrators getting the images. And me and my brother Seth had to finish the calendar this week. He had reached out to me, so we're gonna try to finish and structure that this week at least. But I can at least tell you when Passover is in regards to the KHM, pre-exilic, Israelite, sacerdotal, menological model or calendar, whatever you want to call it, right? I titled it that way for a reason because all of that is relevant to the actual reckoning of time that you find on that calendar. But for us, the Passover is the 10th. So it's the Saturday of April 10th. All right. I know some other people have it on the 27th. Ours is on the 10th. All right. So hopefully that works. Shout out to Pensy Lola, TTHI, Yah bless, Bump City, Shalom. Facts. Matiyahu, email me, my brother. Email me or call. Let me show you the number on the screen. Call the number, my brother, and let's schedule a build. All right. And we can talk about that offline to see what we can do to help you. Okay. Shout out to Nathan James in the building. What's going on? All right. No problem. The contact information is on the screen. You can email, and if you don't get a response as soon as you like, just call. Schedule appointment. You probably get me faster through calling the email. Email's good because we have it on record, but if you call, you probably get me faster and they'll book an appointment. Shout out to Bruce Williams in the building. Shalom. All right. So you're welcome, S. McGee. I didn't really get to elaborate on that. But I got you. Save that for Freestyle Friday. All right. And thank you, Aki DB, for working with the brother. Definitely chat with the brother if y'all can get him help, man. All right, let me see. Yo, where's Keith Williams at, man? Shout out to Sister Ezra in the building. What's going on? Jordan Bonner. Shalom, my brother. Okay. Thank you for that, Jordan. Let me put up his comment. He says, are we still doing the march on the 25th? No, we're not. And the reason why is because the UN will not be open to the public. Everything is virtual. Okay. So There's not going to be no march if they're not physically open. Okay. So unfortunately, that's not going to happen. However, we could possibly do a powwow get together on that day. All right. So I'll be there on that day. And then that Sunday, I have to do my grandmother's eulogy. So what we're going to do is I was speaking to my team about going to New York on that following weekend, which is the 3rd. But since I'm already going to be there and I have to be there for the 28th, I might have it that same day, right? The chapter launch that same day. All right. But, we're about 2.5 weeks out. So what I'm going to have to do is once we finish the flyer this week, it'll have all the details on it. But we're still trying to confirm a location right now. Everything is crazy in New York, man. It's a lot of restrictions. Things are shut down, expensive. It's just crazy with this COVID thing, man. Other states that are more, conservative, they're more open, but states that are more liberal, they're more shut down. You know what I'm saying? Executive sessions, facts. I don't know where he's at. Where's he at? I was going to drop the link and say, come on in, but he's, whatever the case may be, it is what it is, man. So, yeah, I know Jacko Black, right? Me too. I was as well. But you know what? That's not the end of the story. We're going to do a follow-up on that. We're going to continue to do our work with that. All right. So that initiative is not going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's not going nowhere. All right. So Primetime Zai says, when looking into the law against tattoos, cuttings of the flesh. Well, the cuttings of the flesh is different than printing marks on your body. They're two different things, right? I see the context is about what they were doing in Egypt for the dead. So I was wondering if the law would include nowadays tattoos. Now, that wasn't about what was being done in Egypt. That had to do with Canaanite culture. And the best reference for that is the Ugaritic tablets and the epic of Baal, all right, or the Baal cycle. And that epic, you see that when El hears of the death of Baal, he cuts himself, and he also uses a flint knife to shave his beard off, and he disfigures his face, right? So he disfigures his face so his beard doesn't grow, and he makes cuttings in his flesh, all right? So typically when practices are done or customs are done, they relate it back to a myth, okay? So this is why the people do that, is because El was the example on how to mourn, right? And that's what El did. But if you have a reference for Misraim or Kemet or Egypt, in which they performed this practice along with the printing of what we call marks or tattoos, that was something that was tribal. A lot of groups did that in the ancient Near East. You know what I'm saying? However, the disfiguring of your face to mar the sides of your face so your beard doesn't grow, and to shave it bald, and do that in the process, because what El did, he shaved it bald and he cut himself from ear to ear, right? So this is what Yah was telling the children of Israel not to do, because that was a custom of the Canaanites, all right? All right, shout out to sister Tiffany in the building. What's going on? Jaslyn Berry, shalom, sis. Brenton ABC, shalom. My brother Elephant Man Podcast Network, shalom, shalom. Y'all go ahead and subscribe to that brother's channel, man. Good content. All right. Yeah. Oh, shout out to sister Santua, man. That sister is boots on the ground trying to help us secure a location, working with our executive assistance team. That's the Gillespies, Gail and David, trying to get us a location, man. She's been working very feverishly and getting that done, and I appreciate that, sis. I appreciate that. That is interesting. Please hit one if the audio and video quality is good. Hit 1 if the audio and video quality is good. If not, hit 2. I need to see something, because what I'm seeing on my screen looks very concerning. I'm gonna go try to check it myself, see what's going on. I mean, it looks okay from what I can see here, but I need y'all to confirm. Okay, y'all saying it's good? Okay. I don't know why they harassing me over here, telling me that there's some kind of issue with the quality. So, but all right, if it's good, we'll rock with it. Matter of fact, let me make it a little bit brighter. Hold on 1 second. I'm not in my live streaming spot because then you wouldn't see no space like this behind me. You know what I'm saying? I'm close to the computer now. So let me add some more light. Let's add some more light. All right, there we go. So that should enhance the quality a little bit more. All right, cool. You said audio is okay, video is the 2. So the video is not doing good. Everybody else said it's good, so. All right, shout out to Junior in the building. Adaya Yisrael, Shalom. Let me see. Joking Animal, Karen Gittins, what's going on? Shachar Yaraya, Shannon here. I think I shouted you already, sis. Thank you so much for joining. I am Sister Hadashah. Shalom, sis. A renewed mind. Shalom, Caleb, Adam. Shalom, DN, Danaj. Shalom, K Israel in the building. Yazradi's son. What's going on? What's going on, family? What's going on? Okay, y'all get it in here. Shout out to Zeph in the building. Shalom. My brother, did everything get resolved with the Patreon? Let me tell you, Patreon been bugging out, man. Patreon has been bugging out the past 3 months. I think they're making updates or something. I don't know. But whatever it is they're doing, shout out to Javon Lewis in the building. Shalom. Terrace Bridges, what's going on? A. Jones Media, what's going on? But a lot of people have been having issues in regards to payments being charged and all of that. So I apologize for anybody having difficulty with Patreon. I'm going to try to give them another shot. If Patreon is still having issues, there's other platforms out there that I may migrate to, right? And I'm going to do so slowly so we can move everybody over. You know what I'm saying? Patreon had so many issues. We had 350 patrons, and now we're down to 314 because of technical issues that people have been reporting to me from Patreon, which I am furious about. You know what I'm saying? Because these same people had access and now they don't have access anymore because of some issues with Patreon. So we have, what's that? 35 people that is without Patreon. It sounds like the the power outage in Texas. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe they're doing some changes or updates in the background. I don't know. But I'm gonna try to rock with them another 30, 60 days. If I'm still having issues, we're going to transition to another platform altogether. And we're going to move away from that. You know what I'm saying? So I apologize for anybody that's been having any issues. So please, if you've had any issues with cards being charged, you can definitely update all your information now and everything should be working. So a couple of people did tell me things are working now. So go back and do it again. And you should be all right. If not, email me, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and I will assist you because we put a lot of new content on there, added several new books, and I want everybody to get access. Now, another thing with Patreon real quick. So one thing that I have a pet peeve of is when there is inconsistency with the platform that makes it difficult for end users to actually get to the content that they're looking for, okay? And what I learned recently is that the Patreon mobile app is not the best app for navigating through Patreon. All right. Some of y'all may have the Patreon app, and that's fine. Shout out to Lester Davis from Barbados. Shalom. Miki Ahal, Bena Yasharal. Shalom. My brother Chris Benya. What's going on? Zachary Campbell. Shalom. T in the building. Shalom. All right, family. All right. I guess y'all want me to turn up. Y'all didn't come here to hear me lay back, right? And chill. You want me to turn up? Hit 1 if you want me to turn up. Hit 2 if you want me to stay calm. Y'all let me know what you want me to do. Want me to turn up? Hit 1. Want me to stay calm? Hit 2. Shout out to Kia in the building. Shalom. All right. So I realized that if you have a mobile device and you're trying to access Patreon, the best option may not be the app. The best option is going to be for you to access Patreon from your mobile browser. So if you have iOS, that's going to be Safari. And if you have, let's say you have Android, it'll be Chrome or Firefox or whatever else you're using for your web browser, and use the mobile version of the web browser, because in the app, you do not see all the tags that I had. I took time and created multiple tags to make it easier to get to specific categories of content, okay? And also, with the mobile version, if you don't have a tier, y'all saying one. Wow. Good looking hunky. I don't know who that is. And he has, wow. Okay. Kingdom High, are you a Southern Baptist? No, I'm not a Southern Baptist. Last time I checked, I don't recall Southern Baptists wearing kufis, but that could possibly be me. And a lot of times I don't see them have the red, black, and green and their tagline or their logo. So I don't know. But good looking hunky, is that you? I know that's a very famous actor. I want to know if that's you right now. Let me know if that's you. That would be cool if you can come on in. All right. Shout out to Brother Follow Time in the building. What's going on? What's going on? Southern Baptists, they have a well, you got Reformed Baptists that have more of a Calvinist position, and then you have your Southern Baptists. Yes, I know what actor that is. I want to know, is that you? Is that you? Because if it is you, we made it. Oh man, let me know if that is you, Johnny Depp. If it's you, you are welcome to come on and have a build. All right. I'm going to tell you how you can cleave to Israel. All right. And how we can transition you into the kingdom. All right. So let me know. I'm going to show you how to do this. All right. So if that's you, Johnny Depp, let me know. I definitely want to bring you on and we can get down from there. All right. So Father Time, what do you want to build about, my brother? Let me know what you want to build about. Yes, I'm open. But let me know what you want to build about. Just let me know. All right. So Johnny Depp, let me know if that's you. All right. Shout out to Miss B in the building. What's going on? Okay. All right. So let's get back focused. All right. Sir, Araya, Ari, Mr. Yahweh, Da. Wow, that's very interesting how you have that. I don't know what's going on tonight, but it's all good, man. Yeah, I'm gonna let Johnny Depp know, that this, what they call the gospel, that's the message to Zion, to Israel. Okay, that's the message to us. But the door's open for you to come on in as well. However, Gentiles have to serve Israel in the kingdom. Notice I said serve, not slave. It says serve. They got to serve Israel according to Torah in the kingdom. And if they do their due diligence of servitude, then when the earthly realm is renovated and the new Jerusalem is here, then they can come on in. They can come on in. But you got to go through one of the gates of the Israelites in which you cleave to, because there's no Gentile gate. There's no Gentile gate. So whoever you cleaved unto, whoever you're serving in the kingdom, that's the gate you're coming through. But there's no Gentile gate. Maybe I missed it. Maybe there's one. I don't know. I just haven't found it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Amen Ra McCarthy, BS RRT. I admire your scholarship, bro, but I think you're missing the spiritual encryption in your explanation. What do you mean by that, my brother? And are you available to get on this live and have a discussion with me? Let me know. All right. So Aki DB, you asked me about Luke 21:24. All right. You're very persistent, my brother. I see that. And I appreciate persistency. Okay. Let me see. Let's go to Luke. What's that? 24:21. Let me see. And I don't see why Gentiles have a problem with serving. If I end up being a Gentile, so what? I'll serve, do my time, and then I'm off into the kingdom, going to the gate of whoever Israel I cleaved unto, and that's what it's going to be, right? Whatever that end state is, that's for the Most High to judge. I mean, for this setup, and that's for us to accept. At the end of the day, if you're willing to be a servant here on the earth, then what's the problem with serving in the kingdom? I don't understand. Maybe it feels racist, but how is it racist? We're just reading what the text says. The text says that there's some servitude that needs to be done. I mean, that's just what it is. But we have to deal with Gentiles according to Torah. It is not chattel slavery that was done on African Americans in America. So anybody that teaches that doctrine, I disagree. I disagree because that was unrighteous. That was not according to Torah. When we deal with Gentiles, we have to deal with them according to Torah. We cannot oppress the stranger, even if they're serving us, because when they serve us, it's out of willingness. But the stubborn ones, they're gonna be dealt with in a different capacity. But the ones that are willing to ally with Israel, the Most High will say, come on in and serve my people, right? Because this is what the Most High desires. I didn't write the text. That's just what it is. But again, has nothing to do with race. I didn't say race at all. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the text says. That's just the way it is. That's all. So Johnny Depp, if you are actually here in this chat, let me know so I could put you on. We can have a build. I have no problem talking to Johnny Depp. All right. I actually love the brother's movies. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully he's in the building. Or that could be somebody who's infatuated with Johnny Depp and they're coming in here and they half-stepping with the trolling. What does half-stepping with trolling means? Let me see. I believe only a man should rule the countries. Don't mean I don't get down with black women. I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Would you like to come onto the chat and have a discussion? Let me know. Same thing still stands with you, my brother. My brother Amin Ra McCarthy. You can definitely come on in, my brother, if you want. It's not Johnny Depp. He says it's just an avatar. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, Grandma, we made it. My grandmother's an ancestor now. I was about to say, Grandma, we made it. But no, we don't have Johnny Depp in here. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So let's see. Exact. You see what the sister said? Look what this sister said. Check out what this sister say right here. Go ahead, sis. Facts. Facts. All right. So, and shout out to my sister Shannon here. That sister right there is extremely genuine. And I thank the Most High. We have sisters like her that are allying with Israel, that understand the truth and that play their role. Shout out to that sister, man. Much love and respect to that sister, man. The Most High is going to show much abundance of grace and mercy to her, man. You know what I'm saying? And all that she does. That sister is a true servant of the Most High. You feel me? So shout out to Yardania Strong in the building. What's going on? Hebrew Unity and Truth. What's going on? I see you. All right. So, hey, let me drop the link, man. Let's see what trolls show up. All right. They love this bait. Let me throw it in here. All right. Now, this link is for anybody in the chat that disagrees with anything that I've said on here right now and in general. All my peoples, my allies, hold back, because y'all want me to turn up. I can only turn up when I have somebody who is the ops. That's what y'all said. The ops. In a good way. Again, we're not promoting violence on this channel. We're not promoting hatred. We're not promoting racism. We don't promote any of that on that channel. Y'all never heard me say that I hate somebody of another race. You've never heard me say that. You never heard me say anything about violence towards anybody. We don't get down like that because these things are watched, they're monitored, and they're just waiting for us to say something reckless so they can tag the good ones out. All right. All right. So the link is there. Myron, exactly. That's how it should be. When you're the light unto the Gentiles, that's how it should operate. But you know what? Because of these social climates and because of the grip of white supremacy, and don't say, oh, white supremacy is not real. Don't let me pull up those UN documents. The UN identifies white supremacy here in America and official documents that circulates within the international community. So if you think that white supremacy is a myth and it's not real, I can definitely show you a report from the UN. Okay. Y'all let me know if y'all want that. But again, the people of Yah, it is our obligation to exhibit the ideal form of righteousness that Yah wants to permeate through this earth. It is our culture and it's our job. When we are lifted high above, it is so that way we can give better oversight. Some people miss that. But some of us take advantage of that and want to use that as a means of dominating, controlling others because it is a form of deflection. It is. It's a form of deflection. Some people just have a superiority complex. I don't. I'm just trying to stay in line with the text says. If the Most High said, hey, when you get in the kingdom, A, B, and C is going to happen, I say, okay. I'm not looking to mistreat anybody. I'm willing to serve people now. And I do. I don't have no problems about it. I have no complaints about it. I'm a servant. That's what I do. So why do people have a problem of other ethnicities possibly serving people of color in the kingdom. Okay. I'm going to leave that alone. I see that we lost a couple of people because I started talking about that. It's okay. So James John Baptiste, I understand that if you are sincere, click on that link and I can help you out, my brother. Okay. I could definitely help you out. Where's Keith Williams? So while we're waiting for Keith Williams, Mr. Johnny Depp's avatar, I don't know where he's at. And who's the other person? And that's you, good looking hunky. Come on in, let's talk. And who's the other person? There was another troll in here. Maybe y'all can call them out for me. Hey, any way you slice it. So, Sister Yardenia Strong, excellent question. So my position, and I say this all the time, is that the Gentiles are a mixture of people of other ethnicities and Israelites that have been Hellenized, according to the text, because there were mixed multitudes in various one of these called out groups, or the ecclesia, right? So anybody that holds to any one polar opposite, I don't think is in harmony with the text, right? Yo, look at this, family. Check this out. I just want y'all to see this. Check this out right here. And then we need to ask him, why is he here? Ask him why he keeps showing up. Man, this dude be running his mouth about other things rather than speaking more on the teaching of Yah. He talk more about whatever. I gone from here. I can learn more with Zion Lex. I gone. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Peace out, my brother. Enjoy yourself on the way out. You ain't got to show up here no more. And if we see you again, we're going to put you on timeout. We're going to put you in a little kitty corner. You can go right there in the kitty corner. We're going to put you in timeout. That's it. Oh, he says, I don't be doing no teaching. Okay, so let's go ahead and show some videos since I don't teach. That's what he says. He says, no teaching here, right? Obviously, you see what this is. This is a hangout session. Did he not get the memo? Hangout session. Motivation Monday, hangout session. You know what a hangout is? An informal time of people talking and building. That's what a hangout session is. Maybe he's never had a hangout session before in his life. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I have no clue what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But just in case people don't think that I be teaching, because maybe he thinks I don't teach. Maybe he just, I don't know why he shows up here. He don't think I teach. But let's see if there's any teaching on my channel. Let's see. Let's just take a look. Okay, here's one video right here. All right, let me post the link. I'm not gonna post the link. Let me just share this video. All right, here's a video on which I did teach. Okay, and again, maybe this brother hasn't seen the catalog of content I put out on this channel. There's tons of video on this channel. There's no way that you have watched all the content that I have on the channel. You know how much teaching I've done on this channel? You know how much teaching I've done on this channel? People are still catching up to my teachers. People are teaching the stuff now that I taught a couple of years ago. And the stuff that I teach, it takes people time to get there. And the sources I provide, the people, whoever you know that's doing whatever, they got to show the sources. I give source, article. You ain't got to take my word for nothing. And that's the problem. I teach you how to think. I teach you how to use methodology. I teach you how to look and vet sources. That's what I do. I teach holistically. And that's just what it is. Shout out to my brother Zion Lex. That's my brother right there. You're never going to put me against my brother. That's just not going to happen. So if you want to go over to my brother Zion Lex and learn from him, more power to you, my brother. I have no problem with that. He's a great teacher. That's my brother. I love him. But if that's what you prefer, then you don't need to be over here. You don't need to be over here. But let me go ahead and show you a video that I just seen. All right. And for the person now that's talking about the fact that DivineProspect does not teach, how about this? Did you catch this when we was talking about the ancient Israelite diet? Did you miss that video? Did you catch that one? Huh? What was that? Oh, wait, but he's not here. Oh, he got kicked out. Ah, man. All right, he got kicked out. So you missed that? You know how much stuff I said in that video and the sources I shared? Stuff that's probably going to blow your mind. Where was you at? T, I am not a virologist at all. Definitely not. But I am an enthusiast and I practice citizen science. So that's what I am. I'm an enthusiast about health and I practice citizen science. I am not a virologist. All right. However, I do have people who are doctors that's part of our Naturopathic Eden program that work with me. All right. Abbott Cole, facts, right? So since I don't do no teaching, I want him to have a discussion with me about the ancient Israelite diet. Let's talk about that. Okay. Let me throw one more video up for you since I don't teach. Because, you know, I don't be teaching over here. All right. Even though that brother can definitely not hang in a discussion with me if you took some time to look at the stuff that I teach. But let's fall back for a second. Let's get some more content. All right. Let's talk about this. All right. Because, you know, we do nation building over here, like for real, behind the scenes. We're not playing games. Did you see the video on the Tanakh only Israelites that we addressed? Did you see that? There's a lot of teaching went behind that, a lot of teaching. Did you see the actual ceremony I did with my own bang? Did you see that? No, you didn't see that one? Okay. What about the one we did on the holidays, on Christmas? Did you see that one? No, you didn't see that one? Okay, cool. Okay. All right. What about the one where we talked about we used textual criticism in order to establish the Sabbath and when it is? How about the one we did where we talked about using, in order to understand the Brit Hadashah, how you have to use intertestamental sources and showed you the methodology for that? Did you miss those? Since I'm not teaching, did you miss them? Okay. I don't know what's going on. It's all good. This is fun to me. Very fun. All right. So without further ado, I was going to show you something, but we have guests in the house. So I'm going to give my guests an opportunity to build. And wait, I know you're probably timed out this brother. Don't time out Keith Williams. This is going to be his last show if he's still here, right? But the link is there for him as well. Here's the link. And if he wants teaching, all he has to do is get on the live, bring up a subject matter, and I'll teach you. I have no problem with that. Just tell me what you want to know, and I'll teach it. It's no problem. Hey, are you signed up for our classes? Are you? Oh, you're not signed up for our classes. That's probably why you're not seeing the teachings. Okay, that's probably what it is. Oh man, trolls can't troll me better than I control them. It's just not going to happen, man. It's just not going to happen. So without further ado, let me bring on these guests. All right. So I want to say peace to Father Tom and Amin Ra McCarthy, BSRRT. What's going on, my brothers?
What's going on, brother?
What's up, brother?
What's up? What's up? All right. So I'm going to start first with Father Time. So Amin Ra, if you don't mind muting your thing real quick, and yes, I'll get to you in a second, King. All right.
Okay, see, I didn't know it was like a three-way. So was it like we're all going to build on the same subject? Because I was trying to do a one-on-one thing. I don't know what he's coming with. And I didn't want it to be.
We can talk, my brother, but the show is not limited to just me and you dialoguing, right? So other people will be allowed to come on and share their thoughts. It may be on the same thing we talk about. It may inspire them to say something, or it may be something from their own angle, right? But he's muted right now so we can talk, all right?
Okay. Well, first I want to appreciate you for letting me on your show. The last time I was on, it kind of went a little left.
No, it didn't. We was cool. What are you talking about, my brother?
In the comments, they kind of, it was all type of name calling. They was calling me a heathen. I'm fearful. I'm crazy. Ignore that. I'm just like, but the thing is like, as a people, if especially, you know what I'm saying, they're following you, they shouldn't be as, you know what I'm saying, as critical like this. Like, in my understanding, shouldn't there be love in the building, even for trolls? Like, shouldn't it be, well, brother, we love you. We appreciate, we hope you find your way in life and keep going. Isn't that positive energy? You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to get too much off on, you know what I'm saying,
listen, my brother. I understand what you're saying, right? I can't control grown people, right? All I do is set forth the example. If people follow it, they do. If not, then they don't. That's just the way of life, my brother. We're gonna have criticism no matter where we go. And I'm gonna tell you from somebody that gets it all the time. I just learned to live with it. But at times on this show, I have fun with people in the chat, the ones that do the criticizing. As you can see, people criticize me in my own chat. You know what I'm saying? And I say things back. I always invite them on, so when we talk, we can end off on a brotherly state. You feel what I'm saying? So all I can do is lead the example, and it's up to other people whether they want to pick it up or not, right? But for the most part, most of the people in the chat, they're good peoples, right? That's why I allow you to come on so we can talk, and maybe if there's a misconception, you can clear it up, all right? So what would you like to build on, my brother?
Okay, well, that's cool. Okay, well, I definitely want to come and build with you. I'm a part of a nonprofit organization called BAF, Black Achievement Fund. I had asked you about it a while back. You said you didn't know about it. So and I don't know if you know about the Freedom Georgia Initiative out there in Georgia. They bought the 500 acres.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia.
Okay, yeah, it's a group called Freedom Georgia Initiative, and they bought the land out there in Wilkinson County. That's who I'm partnered with, and so we actually added 4 more 100 acres on their land, and so basically, what I wanted to build with you on is I see that you do have your own followers and supporters, and I see that you're about nation building. Now, I definitely disagree with your doctrine and your approach to what do you think will liberate us through our culture or the label of it. But I agree with the reality of we all have to figure this out together. And so this is why I've been following you for a while. I follow a lot of other brothers, and some doctrines I disagree, but the common goal here to me is to liberate our people. And so where I'm coming in at is we as a nonprofit organization, we have a simple equation where we are looking to see if we can get 9 million people, Black people preference, but non-Blacks if they like-minded, to contribute $9 a month, so that accumulates $99 million a month, and that over a year it generates $1 billion a year to actually pay and literally build our own civilization, starting with the 500 acres we have out there. And Freedom Georgia, they changed the name to Freedom Georgia because they bought the whole city. And so starting with that model, we have things enrolled. That is something that I'm looking to reach out to brothers who already have platforms, to brothers who already have trusted followers, that if they say they're going to invest in it, their followers are coming behind them. So this is me coming to you, showing my humility, saying that, hey, you know what I'm saying? I don't know everything about you, brother. I don't agree with all of your doctrine, but I do agree with your holistic approach as far as the liberation of the people. And I've seen interviews of you with other brothers that talk about what we need as people outside of the Israelite culture. That's where I'm more so based on. You was telling about we need international relationships. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about we need self-sustainable help. You know what I'm saying? So a collective economic approach. And that's where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I think we all have our own different culture, but that is where I'm following at. So I want to hear, I want to hear your perspective on you know what I'm saying, that approach. How do you feel about that?
So the amount of money that you're talking about, who's the treasury for it? Where is it going to be located at? Are the books going to be open, or the ledger going to be seen for the people who are donating to see where the funds are going to and coming from?
What do you say?
Okay, so yeah. So if I'm going to give you money, right, for a cause, I need to know who the bookkeeper is, so we can look at the ledger, so we can see the money coming in and the money's going out. Because if you're trying to raise $1 billion in 1 year, that's what you said the goal was, right? $1 billion 1 year. We want to know where is it going towards? Is it going towards buying more land? Is that what you're saying? Is it going towards building an infrastructure on that land? Is it going towards the governance of that area? Is it going towards self-sustainable housing? Is it going to farms? What is it going to? Education, building institutions? And do you have a business model for it? Like, can you show it?
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead. You have a PowerPoint?
It's all on our website. We created a website. We have everything, literally from the T. We got all the money, what we spending it on, and we have the
website, my brother. Let me pull it up while you're talking.
Okay, BAF.solutions. We have 12 major departments that we are infrastructuring, and they're along the lines of everything that Black people or our people, melanated people, whatever the term, you know what I'm saying, our people need establishment at farming, health and wellness, financial services, real estate, business loans, grants and scholarships, everything. Go to the programs and services right there. These are the 12 departments right here that, as we're accumulating the money, these are what the investments are going. This not even investment. This is what you're paying for. For a simple $9 a month, we literally will have our own construction workers and training job. We will train you and have the workers, so that we're preparing each other efficiently on every step. Anything we need help with, we are the ones to fund it. And this is the beauty of this is it's not just for the organization. This is something that we as a people is simply something we can all agree on. Like I get it that, you know what I'm saying, Israelites have their doctrine. I get it that Christians have their doctrines, a commit, and it can keep going all the way down around the world. But what it comes back to is we need something now. You know what I'm saying? And this is my, like I say, I've been following you for a while. I've been following Polite, you know what I'm saying? Derek Grace, Sadnetta, Dr. Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett. I got to dibble with everybody. But what I see, what we're missing to actually, you know what I'm saying, come together. Everybody still have their tribe, as you call it, in our last bill, their own tribe. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? We're not humble, or we're not showing enough humility to drop our damn trial for the bigger picture. And I don't want to get too much in there because that's
so good. So what I'll say is this looks pretty ambitious and it looks like something positive, right? I cannot promote anything on here that I haven't vetted yet, right? So it sounds good, and it more than likely is, but because I have not vetted yet, I'm not going to promote it. However, what I will do is I will sign up and contribute $9. So that way I can see how things are moving as a founder, because you're looking for founders, right? And see where things go. But I also want to let you know, KHM is doing just that. We're doing the same thing. So how can an organization, because you're not just talking to a YouTube personality, you're talking to somebody that has an organization and that we're building and doing something very similar. So what do you want my organization to do for there? Because it has to be a hand-to-hand exchange, right? So if you want us to pledge $9, are you willing to provide labor force and sweat equity to help us build what we're building as well? Or do you want us to disband what we're doing as an organization in order to come together and work towards this? Because we provide training as well, right? We also have a fund that deals with land acquisition, self-sustainable housing, a senior assistance program that we're doing, birthing centers with trained doulas and midwifery that we're doing. We're doing emergency delivery services. We're doing several things that we're working on for the community. So what do you want our organization to do? Because when you talk to me, you're talking to a package deal, not just the people in the chat or the people that follow this channel, but the people that's really doing work behind the scenes. You want all of us to give $9 to what you're doing while we're doing something similar. So what is your resolution for that?
Well, pretty simple is I would want to actually take the light off of what do I want. To me, this is not something that not so much personal. To me, I would think that a person in a reasonable mind would see that right here in front of you, what you just kind of read through this website, this clearly shows what we simply and I mean simply can just come together to contribute. Now I'm not trying to shy away from putting my half or helping you out. I'm willing to do, you know what I'm saying, anything that you can come let me know that I'm available to do to help with KHM. I mean, I emailed you asking you, can I be a part of KHM? I emailed you, you know what I'm
You
saying, a
did?
while ago. Yeah, I emailed you and told you. I was like, I
Forward that
said,
to me. I didn't know. Forward that to me. I had no clue, my brother.
yeah, I emailed damn near everybody, you know what I'm saying? But I emailed you, I was asking if I'm not an Israelite or I don't subscribe to that doctrine, can I still be a part of KHM? And
Places you
I
can help
called
at.
you.
Yeah, there's places you can help at in. Yeah, we don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying what you're showing me is a bad idea. I think it's a
Right.
great idea, right? I
Mm-hmm.
like what I'm seeing here. The only thing
Mm-hmm.
that I'm saying to you is that if I was a regular Joe on the street, a black person, and you was present this to me, I would say, yo, let's sign up. But I'm saying if me as an organization, KHM is an organization, the people, we have about 535 people who are interested in being part of the ministry and who are, or some of them are already part of the ministry, right? So we're talking about over 500 plus people. If you want our 500 people with $9 to invest in something that you're telling me right here, we need to know what are we getting from it as well, right? Because we're also working on something. So that $9 that we would give to that can also be vested back into what we're doing. So I'm just asking what can be offered. There has to be an exchange whenever there's a partnership. Because you're not just saying for us to give money, we deal with partnerships. So if we can't use, after we invest something and get a return on that investment to sow back into what we're doing as a community that is also beneficial to the community at large, then it's probably not going to work out, right? But what I'm doing is allowing you to share it on this platform because I haven't seen you on any of these other people's platforms that you had mentioned. I'm willing to at least give you the floor and speak it to see if people are interested. They would definitely sign up for this, right? But I can't promote it if I haven't been a part of it yet and I haven't thoroughly vetted it. Now, after I do that, if it's a good idea, then I can definitely promote it elsewhere. But here we already have an initiative, right? But I want people who are seeing this that is outside of that scope. If you go back and research what this brother is saying and you believe in this cause and you want to give that $9 and they're willing to be open enough to share everything with you transparently, then go for it. You know what I'm saying? But as far as me and my community, as far as KHM, we'd have to look over this and vet it first and then see partnerships. That's how we work with partnerships, right? Not saying we won't do it. We just need to look at the details and see, okay, if we do this with our people to help this get off the ground, what's going to be done in exchange for us? Because all the things that you just showed, we're doing something similar, right? So it's not there are things that I've seen there. Let me go back to this. Let me go back and I can tell you what I'm talking about, right? To your program service. We offer both programs and services. I see you have education department. You have a real estate development department, small business and investments department, health and wellness department, BF credit union financial services department, farming and fishing department, culture and community department. I would love to know what that is. Manufacturing and transportation department, grants and scholarships department, membership and volunteer department, special initiatives department, and international affairs. We're doing all of that. Everything that this is doing, we are doing it as well. So I agree with what you guys are attempting to do. And if you need any tips from us, I can definitely put you on a game that'll help you grow this even more so you don't have to jump on a platform like this to promote it. There's other ways you can do so passively, right? Without having to actively reach out, because if you're reaching out to a lot of people in the conscious community or even in the Israelite community, they're not going to hear stuff like this. And the reason why is because most people don't want to do this type of stuff. They want to be entertained or entertained, and they don't want to be obligated to put their hand to the plow. But I think the people who support this platform, that we have over 500 plus bodies that's willing to put the work in, and we had to work from scratch to get to at least to get to that small point. So we talking about 25,000 people approximately that subscribe to this channel. We only have 500 plus people that really want to build, but thousands of other people are willing to watch a debate or something like that. You got to understand how that works. That's a triangle setup, right? So you at the bottom, you have maybe 100,000 people you promote this to. From that 100,000, you'll probably get maybe 50,000 that'll click on that website. Out of that 50,000, probably 25 that'll sign up. Out of that 25, probably 10 that will really follow through. And out of that 10, maybe 5,000 that say, hey, I want to do this. And that's just pretty much how it is with our community, right? Because they want to see something tangible before they invest. A lot of times we don't think 10, 20, 50, 100 years down the line. So most of the people in our community are wait and see. Like, all right, let me see if this works, right? And they wonder why it's not working because they're not getting involved. So here, when we talk about the Israelite paradigm, is something that we extract a blueprint for to liberate the people in our community. Our service and programs we have are not just limited to our community. It's not. It's available to anybody that wants it. However, we are taking those funding and we're building something sustainable for our tribe, right? And to leave our legacy behind. But we're not neglecting anybody else in our community that needs help or any other group that we will be willing to partner with. We have no problem with that. So we can talk about this offline. Call the 678 number you see on the screen. Schedule an appointment.
I called it.
Did you schedule an appointment?
Nah.
So when you call there, you're going to get our inbound team and you let them know, hey, I would like to speak to Divine. I want to schedule an appointment. This is what I want to discuss with him. Here's my callback number, my email address. They will put it on my calendar because they'll find out what date is good for you. And we'll have a one-on-one session where we can talk in detail about this. So if you didn't call and leave it, because when you call, that's exactly what they're asking. When anybody in the chat that's called, they know that's how we answer the phone, right? So
okay, I must have a different number.
No, it's right there on the screen. You see the 678-430-3832 number on the screen?
Yeah, I'm talking about the number I called. It must be a different number because it didn't give me the option to leave a voicemail.
All right, but, so are you a representative of this, like an official representative? Because I don't see any contact number.
We don't have any contact number because we're so short on staff and we're so spread it out. We actually have 45 different states where we have members contributing, and right now we have 1,500 members. We're accumulating 20,000 a month. And
so why can't you use 2 or 3 of those members to answer the phone?
No, because it's a long story, but we have a new website. It's going to be up maybe this weekend coming or maybe tomorrow, one of them, but it's going to have the contact phone number on it. This it just was we had to just kind of keep it had a lot going on, but I wanted to answer the question that you asked about what would your $9 be before getting off, because I still want the people to kind of know that like your $9 are paying for ownership of the civilization that we are creating. So you're not just paying. Yeah, it seemed like it's just a little small $9, but yeah, that you just being a member, and this is a nonprofit organization, so we're not taking no money from you. You know what I'm saying? I see people in the comments say it's a pyramid scheme. No, man, this is a nonprofit organization. So the $9 you give is simply ownership of you in the establishment of this civilization that we bring, because of the fact that everybody plays a part. Everybody $9 is going to the same cause, which is creating our literal own civilization from ground up.
Now, where is the civilization going to be?
In Georgia, in Wilkinson County, Florida. Freedom, Georgia. It's the new name of the city. They just bought the city and named it Freedom, Georgia now. And now we actually we're doing a big another sleepover on the property. We got 2 rivers out there. We got the farming going on. We got the plumbing. We got everything in motion. Everything is going. We got a lot of paperwork that we're signing off, but everything's in motion, man. And I wanted to answer that. Your $9 you're paying of ownership, man. You will be you will own the same civilization that you're literally building.
So you're saying people will be shareholders, right?
Huh?
You're saying people will be shareholders, correct?
Well,
a shareholder has an ownership stake in a company, non-profit organization, or initiative, right? That's a shareholder. So you're saying these people will be shareholders, correct?
I mean, if you'd like to use that term, sure.
That's a technical term that they use in not-for-profit circles.
Right. I'm just telling you from a more realistic point of view, whatever word you want to term or knowledge or whatever, you're going to be an owner. You're going to have ownership of this whole civilization with your $9. Why? Because it's not just about you. It's not just about me. It's about 9 million people coming together, and we all putting our money together to build a civilization for each other.
All right. So the civilization that we're building in Freedom, Georgia, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Are we going to own the politics there as well? Because
yes, sir. We own everything. That city is, we run the beauty of that city is they're not under the what is it, the state law. They run their own shit. That means
wait, slow down, my brother. Slow down. Slow down, brother. Slow down. Now you're talking to somebody who was part of the Green Haven Initiative, and we deal with municipal and corporations. We understand the state law. There's no way you have no autonomous city that has a allodial title to any piece of land in the state of Georgia that is not subject to the state constitution of Georgia. There's no way that's the case. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna see the charter, because they should have a charter, right? Do they have a charter?
Brother, are you gonna turn this debate into telling me what is not real and what is real when I'm trying to tell you, and I'm telling you,
my brother, the reason why I'm saying this to you, my brother, is because trust me, my brother, I know congressmen and commissioners for the state of Georgia. There is no city that is not subject to the jurisdiction of the state constitution of Georgia. No city. There's no city like that, my brother. Show me one. I'm gonna show you what the home rule is and the dealing rule. These things are very important. And I'm saying this because that's why I asked you, my brother. There's no shade to you, my brother. I'm just asking questions because the people here, you already know they're critical. And they're gonna ask these questions because they've been on the KHM for a minute. So we need to thoroughly vet this before we invest. Other people is fine. They may not question like us, my brother, but you have to be subject to criticism if you want people to invest who have done their homework and research.
I know this.
Against you. Okay,
I know, so you ain't got to tell me what's going on. Just respond to me from your position. Okay, I'm not 12. You ain't got to keep reminding me everything. It's like you used to talking to people that you have to Cheerio everything down. Like when you talk, you just kind of run. You don't really stay on the conversation. It's like you got to continue reminding me, like, what's your journey? What's your purpose? What you have to do? What I got to keep in mind? What I got to know? It's like, brother, you're talking to a solid brother. Just respond to me for your response, my response, and we can get through the conversation. That's all I'm saying, brother. Okay, I ain't cutting you off for none of that. You know what I'm saying?
All good. It's all good. I'll let you speak. I'll let you put what you're saying out there. So I'm going to say to you one more time. Show me the charter for Freedom, Georgia. Where can I find it?
So now, if you wanted to get to, we getting all to every point of view, we could definitely I'm going to set an appointment and we can talk. I'm not going nowhere. I'm right here with you. You know what I'm saying? I just don't want to continue this because we done too much ramble it up. All I wanted to do is just bring this to you. I want this to marinate with you at 8. And we will continue on this conversation. I just want to bring this to you, brother.
Wait, hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brother. Mm-hmm. I hear you. But you asked to come on this platform as a guest. Right. Okay?
Right.
It's not your platform. This is my platform. So as a guest, right, out of respect for you, because we built previously, I allowed you on here. You are promoting something, right? So I don't know if you've ever done promotions before, like pitching something to a general mass public. You have to have a business model and you have to be subject to criticism. That's how it works, right? Because everybody is just not going to willingly give $9. I have difficulty getting people to give anything. And I don't get it, brother. Listen, my brother, let me talk. I got you. I'm gonna let you speak afterwards. So what I'm saying is, I'm asking you a question. If there's something that's being said that does not register with me, I'm gonna have to question you about it so I can understand before I promote it. But I'm at least giving you some airtime, so maybe other people who watch this, who may not be as critical and want to jump on there and get it done, they can do that. So I'm trying to give you some promotion, but at the same time, I'm just trying to help you, my brother, right? Because I see things that is not all put together, and I just want to help to refine that. So that's why I'm telling you, you cannot tell me, and I live in the state of Georgia, that Freedom GA does not operate under the Constitution of the state of Georgia. That is impossible, my brother. There's no way that that will be allowed, especially with black people doing it. There's no way. In order for you to operate in a home rule state and set up what's called a municipal incorporation, which Freedom, Georgia is, you need a charter, and that charter has to be approved by a commissioner's board of that county and the unincorporated portion of that county, my brother. And the only way they're going to approve a charter is if the things that are contained therein does not contradict or go against the state constitution of Georgia. If it does, they will shoot it down and they will not allow it. If they allowed it and Freedom, Georgia exists, then you look at the charter to see the things that's on there, and then you will see in that charter, they are still subject to the state constitution of Georgia. That's why you cannot build a fully autonomous civilization in the state of Georgia when you do not have the allodial title to the land. The allodial title means that there's no sovereign over you, and that is not happening in the state of Georgia with black folk in any city. Even the things that I propose and share, I understand this. So there is still a limitation, my brother. That's not possible. So with Greenhaven, we have a charter. I'm going to show you what that charter is. That charter consists of over 300,000 residents in Central and South DeKalb, and it masses almost the biggest portion of any municipal corporation in the entire state of Georgia, right? With the most people, population density in a particular area, so that way, you know, we can do what we have to do as far as establishing a municipality. The problem is when you have people that see things like this going on, what you're saying about Freedom, Georgia, and you're making statements like this, it's not good PR for Freedom, Georgia if they're not sanctioning you to diplomatically come and speak on their behalf. Because if people hear this, they're going to go back and say, whoa, wait, they're doing what over there? And then that may hurt the development of that civilization, right? So there are limitations. I hear what you're saying. It sounds excellent, but there seems like there's some things that need to be shaken out. Now, if you want to have a private discussion, this is what we should have did before you came on here. The number is there. I tell you all the time to call it. Anybody in the chat that has called, they could tell you when you call, we take your number, your information, what you want, we put you on a calendar, and you will speak to me. We'll talk about it. And I say, you know what, Father Time, that sounds good. All right, let me vet it out. Give me about a week. Let me vet it out. And I say, okay, you know what? That sounds great. Please come on the platform and say A, B, and C. Because if you don't do it like that, my brother, then criticism will come your way and people just won't buy into it. And it's not because I'm trying to throw shade, but if I hear something where I know it's not true, and I'm not saying that you're purposely trying to deceive anybody, but if you make statements that are not true, I'm going to tell you why. Not because it's my opinion, but because it's facts. So if we go to, and I'm going to pull it up right now, Freedom GA, we're going to find their charter because it's been filed in the state of Georgia. The clerk for the state has that file. You can access that and see what that charter is, right? So I don't know if you're aware of that, but if I look at the charter, you're going to tell me in that charter, they're saying that they're operating outside of the sovereignty of the state of Georgia. That's something brand new to me. I'd never read any of that from all my following of Freedom GA, and that would be news to me, my brother. So maybe you can correct me, and this is the opportunity, saying just correct me, because if you're going to promote this, at least correct that, and then from there we can move off and we can talk offline. But since you brought it already to public knowledge, I just need you to kind of vet that through a little bit for me, and then from there I'll just go off. So again, my brother, like I said, I'll put my $9 in. I have no problem with that. I cannot promote it until I vet it. So go ahead, my brother.
Okay, bro. And this is what I'm saying with, you know what I'm saying? You could say a lot for just so much, you know what I'm saying? Because you already took and ran with it and just, you know, you done put yourself on the fence, brother. I did come out and say that, yeah, we don't have to operate under the federal, state, or the law, and you ran with that and went straight out. Me even trying to correct myself, brother, there was no chance of this, brother. You ran with this and just, oh, I'm telling you. Like, brother, just comment. You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm coming at is, I'm just looking at this angle of, damn, brother, if you real deal nation building, if you real deal respect me, bro, you know what I'm saying? Then at the end of the day, it's like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, well, why are you getting so heated on the area of what you trying to disagree with me on, or what you trying to prove to me that is correct? You know what I'm saying? So,
my brother, listen, my brother, I'm not.
But hold up, man, because you know what I'm saying. I'm just showing you where I'm coming from.
Yes, but I'm letting you know
for the most part.
Hold on, my brother. I just want to let you know that I'm not heated, my brother. We're talking. We're having a conversation.
Bro. Well, hey, I use my words differently. Don't get sensitive about my words. I
don't want people seeing two black men
talk.
Hey,
they adults. That's it. Let them be adults. Me and you know what's going on, so that's all that matter, bro.
Screw it as if there's some kind of heavy contention.
It's all good. They trolling all they want to, man.
So just correct what you were saying so I can hear it. Maybe it was me, but I'm gonna give you the opportunity to correct what you said, and I want to listen. Go ahead.
Let me speak because I have my own approach. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm getting to, bro, is the fact you saying you're nation building. I am coming to you with a nation building resource. This will benefit your people and my people. I get it that you're saying, and which is the same people, but I get that you're saying, hey, if it's some things that you might disagree with and along the lines of what I'm presenting to you, I respect that. There's no hard feelings. But when you go to turning it around to where you're trying to you're going back and forth with me on something that's true that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, it's hard to kind of pull the conversation back because you started going back and forth on what is true about can any city be under the state of Georgia operating on its own rules and regulations. You going back and forth if it's true or not. Okay, bro, I'm not going back and forth with that. I'm just trying to stick on the lines of the nation building approach. You know what I'm saying? If I said it incorrect and it maybe turned you the wrong way, let that be. My apology. But the truth is, I'm going to call you and I want to build with you. I just don't want to end this off with we're going back and forth on something we can't agree on. When what we agreeing on is the fact that nation building is what we should be doing as brothers, regardless of the doctrine. I don't know what you don't know. You don't know what I don't know. But what we do know is we need to liberate ourselves and each other. And this is a plan that me and my wife and my family and who I've been rocking with, this is what we've been supporting. And I'm just coming to you, putting it in your lap saying, brother, can you just thoroughly look at it, thoroughly look through it clearly? Let me know what's going on. How do you feel about it? And then get back to me and we'll build on this again. So that's where I'm coming in at. So other than that, you know what I'm saying? For the most part, that's what I have to get out with. Now, I wanted to build on your doctrine, actually, but I already don't even want to go there. I guess I would just humble out and yield and let you have the flow with your, you know what I'm saying, your next brother, and I will catch you another time with that.
Okay, no problem, my brother. So I'm going to dial it down some because it seems when I talk passionately, you misinterpret that as something else, and that's not the intention, right? This is how I speak, right? Maybe because I'm from New York, and this is how we talk, right? So sometimes people may translate that as something other than what I'm intending. So I'm gonna calm down and just repeat what I said. I just said that I agree with the initiative that y'all are doing. I didn't say anything against that. We need to nation build. I don't care what you identify as. Nation building is essential for any group to have any form of liberation based on our current oppressive state that we're facing with a welfare state that has taken ownership of our well-being and lifestyles. Okay, so we have to be independent or autonomous from that. I teach this stuff. Like when I say teach, I go to town hall meetings and I teach about municipal corporations. I have several of them on my channel. You go check them out. I teach about this. I tell people how to take over an unincorporated portion of a county and turn it into their own city. So what we saw in Freedom, Georgia is not just limited to Freedom, Georgia. You could do that anywhere in Georgia because it's a home rule state. This has to do with political science. Matter of fact, if you go on my channel, I have a very prominent political scientist who is Black, who came to us when I went to Dr. Rice's initiative, and he spoke about these things. So what I'm saying is I'm connected where I know how things operate. I know the limitations. I know the potential. So when somebody says that we can build our own civilization, it sounds good, but the realism is certain questions have to be asked to confirm this. Now, I just want to show you something, brother. Stay there real quick. And again, this is not down on what you're saying. I'm just letting you know that you're not talking to a group of people who have not considered nation building and who are not actually doing it, because we are doing it. But we are willing to partner with any other group who's doing something similar so we can succeed together. However, whatever you're pitching to me, you have to be subject to scrutiny. When I pitch about KHM, I'm scrutinized all the time, and I welcome it. Because if I'm asking people to give me upstart capital because I'm not trying to put my hand out and ask ethnicities outside of our community for help, then I have to be very thoroughly prepared for any question that comes my way. And I have to show that I have a degree of competency about what I'm saying. Not saying you don't. I'm just saying that's why I allow myself to be subject to questioning, whether it's live, public, or whether it's behind closed doors. I want to show you this real quick, just so you can go and research it yourself, because I want to make sure that we're on the same page in regards to an incorporation of a municipality, because that's what Freedom, Georgia is. And you understand what the state law is. The first thing was I had it on the screen. I'll put it together real quick just so you can see. On the screen, you have something that was previously called the Freedom Georgia Initiative. That website is no longer there. It's gone. So if you tell somebody, hey, look, we have our own civilization. You remember Freedom Georgia? Yeah, we're partnered up with them. And people say, okay, well, what's going on with Freedom Georgia? Because I go to the website, it's not there no more. That is problematic because that question may come up. I'm just saying, so you're prepared when you're pitching. The second thing is when you go to the website called gacities.com, there's a reference in there. Let me show you on the screen, a reference in there for municipal incorporation so you can understand how this process works, right? And I just want you to be thoroughly familiar with it so that way when you pitch next time, whatever questions come your way pertaining to this, you can respond to it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to say, okay, wait, you know what? Let me talk to you offline. Let me get somebody else, because the expectation is people is going to think that, okay, well, if you're pitching it to me, you should be able to answer these questions, right? Because this is something that you're doing and something you want us to support as Black people. Right here it says municipal corporation requirements under Georgia law. And it breaks it down to you. Some benefits of forming your own city, which Freedom Georgia is, and this has to do with the entire state, and then what the state requirements are for incorporation. This is everything you're going to see here. Requirement for local act, population requirements, development requirements, requirements for certificate of incorporation, active and inactive municipalities, and then it goes down to Georgia, section 3637.1, an active municipality must provide at least 3 of the following services. With Greenhaven Initiative, we provided code enforcement, which is very important, zoning, and also beautification by means of recreation and parks. Those are the 3 services that we took on in order to initiate Greenhaven. You also have Stonecrest out here, and you also have South Fulton, and they also had to do the same thing. After you can prove that you can sufficiently run these 3 services, then the county will slowly give you other services that you can run. But in the interim, the county is going to be running those other services until you have proved that you are able to fulfill all the requirements in the charter that you had put forth for commissioners to approve and sign off on. These are the things that they have to provide. So I have to ask, which one of these things is Freedom Georgia doing? Is Freedom Georgia doing all of these things? Law enforcement, fire protection, road and street construction, solid waste management, water supply, wastewater treatment, stormwater collection, electric or gas utility service, enforcements of building, housing, plumbing, and electrical codes, planning and zoning, and recreational facilities. You have to hold at least 6 regular, monthly, or bi-monthly officially recorded public meetings. That means we need to see all these things to make sure this is a legit city before we invest in them building something and then something happens to it because these requirements are not being met. So I'm just saying it goes on. I just want to vet it before I promote it, because this is something that I do. I talk about nation building, and I helped various groups in different counties within Georgia and outside Georgia, and I laid for them the blueprint on how to get it started. Matter of fact, I want to show you one more thing before I let you go, Mara. This is one more thing. And again, anything that I show you, if you want it, email me and I'll send it to you. Or when you call and we speak on the phone, I'll give you everything. Because I want you to be thoroughly prepared, because I've been through this rodeo before, pitching this, people not listening and realize, okay, I forgot this, I didn't say this, I wasn't particular on this, and I know it hurt my delivery. Even though people understand the essence of what I'm saying, Black people are extremely critical. This is why it's going to be difficult to get 9 million, you talking about 9 million people. My brother, I want that to be successful, but it's going to be extremely difficult because of the way our people are. And if people cannot answer these questions, when people criticize, okay, well, I see what you're doing, it sounds good, but what about this, this, and that? You have to be subject to that critique and say, okay, if I don't know, next time I come on here, I'll bring a representative that has all the details for you. Because you cannot tell me you're going to talk to me offline more detail, but then you're promoting something publicly that you want me and the people that follow this channel to support. That's all I'm saying. And what I'm saying to you, my brother, is helpful, because if you go on anybody else's platform, they're not going to say this to you. They're not going to say any of this. Either they're not going to want to hear it because that requires people to get up off their couch and go do something. Or number two, they're not going to let you say it because they're going to be like, okay, where's your PowerPoint? The website is good, but we want you to present a PowerPoint and be able to demonstrate that you have mechanical knowledge of the ins and outs on how this thing is going to be successful. What are your trajectories? If it does fail, is there a backup plan? Is there a failover? They're going to ask these questions and they want you to demonstrate and present it. And that's what I had to do, learning how to pitch municipal corporations to people so we know. So I'm gonna show you one thing. This is from the Carl Vinson Institute from the University of Georgia, which lays out for you the requirements for every state that has home rule, what needs to be done in order for you to incorporate a municipality in the unincorporated portion of a county. And I'm gonna show it to you. And I want you to see these resources, my brother, so you thoroughly understand, because when you say civilization, you gotta be specific, because when you say that, I'm thinking Egypt, like, oh, shoot, we're gonna have our own Egypt there? Yo, that's gonna be fire. And then people are gonna think, oh, what about Dr. York? Man, Dr. York tried to do something similar, and we over here invested our money, and they built something and destroyed it. Tom Mary is gone. So people are gonna be thinking about these things, and you have to be able to respond on the fly and say, no, no, no. This is why what he did didn't work, and this is why what we're doing is gonna work. Oh, what about Umar Johnson? He asking for all this money to build a school, and we still ain't got the school yet. You gotta answer for that. You gotta say, look, this was what he did, and this is how we're doing it differently. They're going to throw all these people at you, and you're going to have to tell to the people why what you're doing is distinct. And you have to be technical with it, because they want to know that, to see that you understand what you're pitching, and therefore they'll be willing to invest. That's all, my brother. And I'm just saying, our people are technical. Let me show you this one last document, because I want people to see this, because, my brother, even if it fails in Georgia, you should have another failover state. I could give you about 12 of them. If it's not successful in Georgia, where other places where people can build it, because a lot of people may not want to relocate to Georgia, even if things get up and running, because people are just strange like that, right? So you got to tell them, hey, if you're in Maryland, this is how you can do the same thing there. And this is what we're doing for Maryland as well, not just Georgia. Hey, if you're in Kansas, this is how you can do it there. That network has to be created as well, right? Because anything can happen to Georgia. The one thing I do like that I see on here that you guys are doing is international aid, appealing to the international community, which I always share. So the stuff you're saying, my brother, I've taught that on this channel. I have over 22 videos where I go over this stuff in depth and I talk about it. And I've shared plenty of resources for people to understand how to do it themselves. But I will invest my $9, but I just won't promote it until I get more information, more details, until I vet it, and then we can respond from there. But let me show you this last document. I'm gonna let you go, my brother. And if you have any final words, I'm gonna definitely allow you to speak. And then from there, I'll go ahead and go to my next guest. Is that okay?
I'm waiting on you, brother.
All right, thank you, King. I appreciate your patience. I know it's a lot, but I'm just letting you know, this is what you have to, you're going to encounter when you're talking to Black people. You're going to have Black people that are going to say, okay, here's my $9. And you're going to have someone say, whoa, wait a second. Especially the ones that have more affluent, they're going to say, wait, hold on. That sounds good, but let me ask you some questions. You're pitching it to me, so I need to ask you A, B, C, F, and G, and then you have to come back and do your best to respond to it, all right? So check it out. Let me show this to you, all right? Let me show this to you, my brother. And again, please don't mistake my passion and my zeal.
Bro, go ahead. You good, man. You done said the same thing about 5 times. I clearly, thoroughly got you, brother.
Okay.
Thoroughly got you.
Check it out. Let me bring it up on the screen real quick right here for you. Hold on. Let me find it. I have it. Where do I have it? Where is it at? Where is it at? Let me see. States. Trying to see if I could grab it online real quick. If not, then I have to go. I'll pull up the document. I got it here. I got it on my my shared folder. Let me grab it. Give me one more minute. All right, here it is. All right, so it's gonna be right here on my screen. Let me pull it up and you can take a look at it. All right, let me share it. All right, let me know if you can see my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. So again, this is the Carl Vincent Institute of Government. So the reason why I'm showing this is because this is a legit institute within the University of Georgia that teaches political science and about the governing of things, right, and how they work. This is a brief summary of municipal incorporation procedures by state. Now, Georgia is left out of here because this is coming from the University of Georgia, so the people that they're sharing it with will already be expected to know this. But if you're going to go to other cities, or excuse me, other states, you have to learn step by step how to do it. And there's a link to click on in order for you to follow the law on how to incorporate as a municipality, which Freedom GA is. It's an incorporated municipality. That's what it is, right? And it gives you each state. So you have to be familiar with this. Anybody can ask me for any state, and I could break down for you. Okay, you got to do A, B, C, F, and G. A, B, C, F, and G. Because again, I've been through the ringer, right? I've interfaced with governmental bodies, agencies that deal with municipal corporations, because I wanted to know, if we build something out here in Georgia, how can we duplicate it somewhere else? So if something happens over here, we still have a safe house over here, a safe community over here, right? So I'm going to send this to you so you have it, my brother. I'm going to send you the link in regards to the website for GA cities. So it breaks it down. You understand what it is. Then I'll send you the link from Georgia State, and they explain to you the steps you have to take and the things you have to provide. And then when people ask questions like, okay, I see you want to raise $1 billion in 1 year, which is extremely ambitious, and I wish you guys do it, right? If you raise $1 billion in 1 year, that will still never fully make you sovereign anywhere on the soil of the United States. It's not going to happen, my brother. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't mean we can't build our own city. That doesn't mean that we can't run our affairs. All I'm saying is, if you do not have an alloidal title to the land, you will never be sovereign over it. It's just not going to happen. And no state is going to yield that to no black group of people who want to say, hey, we want to start a civilization. It's just not going to happen, my brother. Especially in Georgia. Georgia is a red state that just recently is bordering on a blue state because all the people from the north and west migrating there. But the people that live there indigenously, the ones who are voting to get the Congress people in, that's not what they subscribe to. And that's not going to happen. I'm just saying, it's not to flake your vote, but we just have to be real with the people and say, look, we could be autonomous, but there's some limitations. And we got to be honest about those limitations, even when we pitch something like this. That's all I'm saying. So I'm done, my brother. Okay. You can give your words. And then next time we get on here, if you want to continue to build with this, we can. And maybe you can, we can solve some of this offline. Or if you just want to talk about doctrine, we can do that next time. But the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, I mean, I respect what you say. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. You know what I mean? That you're looking out for me, you know what I'm saying, as a brother. But there's a big difference from being a spiritually in tuned. You know what I'm saying? We don't really operate off of what others say can and can't happen. Now, I get what you're saying, that, all of these rules and regulations and what the state is saying. But brother, I'm not only trying to nation build. I'm helping, you know what I'm saying, my people nation build. I'm looking to help crash this system. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking to support this system, but I am looking to keep us self-sustainable as a people. So the difference is, when I hear you talk, you know what I'm saying, it's like, bro, you is very informative, you know what I'm saying, but what you're missing, you know what I'm saying, you really are missing a very spiritual connection with, you know what I'm saying, with divinity. And it is not shade, it's encouragement too. But what I want to end off coming to you with is, I was watching, thinking about the Black Panthers. And if you see how the Black Panthers was moving, brother, they wasn't around here worrying about a goddamn pitch. They wasn't around here checking another damn brother. Oh, what do you got that's correct? What do you got that, you know what I'm saying, preparing each other? They wasn't doing that, brother. What was going on is they all seen a common problem and they seen a common goal. And the truth is, they just got together and made shit happen. This is where I think our problem is. the exact approach that you just gave me, criticizing my pitch. I don't got this shit mastered down, and I don't think I'm gonna have it mastered down. But it ain't about me having my pitch mastered down, bro. What matters is if you see the damn vision, if you see the truth, that's all that needs to matter. That's all that matters, bro. I'm not about this YouTube going back and debating, because y'all debated for years and didn't get nowhere. It took for y'all to go through all that shit just to now start expanding. All that debating y'all was doing, Black Panthers weren't on no damn corner debating each other. They was getting shit done. So my difference from where I'm standing, bro, is whatever is stopping us from getting what we need, we'll figure that shit out. It ain't about if your pitch is okay.
My brother, please just refrain some explicit language if you can, because there's families that watch this show. So I just want to just say that. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. So, I guess I would end it off with, I appreciate your time. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate your effort. And I'll give you a call. We'll build on this. And that's it, bro. Appreciate it. Holla.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Brother Time. I appreciated that. Despite whatever differences may be there, subliminally he may think we have. I didn't say nothing about my Israelite paradigm. I was simply trying to ensure that the brother understood, you know, the pitch. And he said nobody did any pitch. Well, if you really study the Black Panthers, which I hope he did, they did have to pitch things. You know, Fred Hammond, he created a Rainbow Coalition. He didn't just go up there and say, hey, join us because we're doing this. He did have to pitch things. And this stuff has been recorded orally by the Black Panthers afterwards. The Black Panthers was a political party, and they created services for the community, which the brother says that they're doing, and I applaud what they're doing. But the Black Panthers did have to pitch because they got white people who were disenfranchised and poor to join. They got brown people, the Brown Berets, he got them to join. He got gangs, the Black Peace Stones to join. He didn't just run up in there and say, hey, it took a lot of effort to do that. It took several meetings with them. It took pitching and be able to show them what we're doing. And they was on a corner getting people to do what? Sign up for their programs and buy their newsletter, because the newsletter is what funded their operations. There was no way they can afford to get people to do this, because one of the things that hurt the Black Panthers is because they didn't have a good economic model. So the people that were working to help and assist, they weren't getting paid, and they wanted to do this full time. And because they couldn't get paid doing it full time, and they did it full time anyway, they lost their homes, they lost their jobs. And when the Black Panther party disbanded, now these people are left out there in poverty, going to the welfare state asking for help. But now they're blackballed because you joined the Black Panthers and they didn't get any support. So these are things we have to learn from our ancestors and the things that they've done. We have to study the videotapes, listen to the interviews, and also speak. I know 12 people that was Black Panthers from Chicago, from LA, from New York and Harlem, and from even out here in Atlanta. 12 people. And I go to them. And matter of fact, I will put an interview on this channel so you can see, to understand the inner workings of what they did and how they achieved what they did. They didn't just sell people a dream. You had to have people who are minister of information, you heard that term, or chairman, or that's their job, to go out there and pitch it to the people. Because you remember, they were competing with Christianity and Black Christian pastors telling them, no, follow Dr. King, follow our religious leaders. So they had the people, most of the people were thinking like that. So the Black Panthers had to say, wait, that's not going to work because of A, B, and C, and this is what we have. Even if you watch the movie, which is a dramatization of the life of Fred Hampton that just came out, Judas and the Black Panther, you got to understand that they were pitching the services that they already had. The free breakfast program, they already have that. We have 5 programs already. So I can pitch to people other programs we have because we already got 5 programs. So they already had something that they used to pitch that was tangible. They could send their kids there the next day after they sell them a newsletter, and they can go and eat for free. So these are things that we just have to look into. And I just simply want to empower my brother, not to frustrate him, But I know he's frustrated because he's very spirited, and he just says, look, this is the vision. We just need to get it done and do it. But unfortunately, this is 2021. This is not 1960. This is not 1970. It's not going to work the same way. There has to be a different approach. And now every move we make is going to be scrutinized. They're not going to allow no group of black people to have a sovereign piece of land in the United States. That's not going to happen. And the only way it will happen is if you got tanks and nuclear bombs and fighter jets and all types of technology where you can enforce your rule. We don't have that. We don't have that. So we have to be realistic on what the limitations are. Yes, we can build our own community, but what are the limitations? What things we can do to get around it? I did a whole video. I talked 5 ways why Black Wall Street failed and what we can do today to protect our Black communities so it does not succumb to the things that happened with the Black Wall Street. Also, I'm gonna show a reference. This is a book for the people here who are interested in reading good content, because when you mention the Black Panthers, there's at least 6 good books out there to read about the Black Panthers. 4 of them were written by the Black Panthers themselves. 2 are written by people who are Black political scientists writing about the Black Panthers. And then there are several interviews you can watch online that happen in the moment that you can analyze. And I have 12 people on standby that I know personally who was active in the Black Panther Party, because there was hierarchies there, right? So there's people who do PR and front face, and that's why the Black Panthers came on TV and talked. They had to pitch, and they would ask questions, and they had to respond to it, my brother. They even got involved in debates. They did. If you don't believe me, let me bring my Black Panther people on and let them talk to you, my brother. So I've studied this. I've been around the block. I have not been arguing since 2014. I've been building. I've been building. If you don't think I've been building, go back and watch this channel. I put a lot of it already on this channel. There's hundreds of videos on this channel. Go back about 2016 on. You'll see all the stuff I've been doing in the building with multiple communities. You'll see the interviews I've done. You'll see the teachings I've done in the Moor Science of America, with the Nation of Islam, with just Black people who don't care about none of that stuff, and they just want A, B, and C. You see me in the trenches with people when they protest and asking them what's next. I'm out there in the field, put it in work, my brother. I'm not sitting here just debating with people. Matter of fact, if you go watch Sonetta's earliest videos with me, I was against that. It was him that kept putting me in debates when I just kept wanting to talk about how the nation built. So go back and check my resume, my brother. And then again, like I said, for you, I'll bring on some Black Panthers and we can have a dialogue. And I even let you come on and you can speak to them and say, hey, look, this is what we want to do. Black Panthers, they attempted to do it and it failed. What can we do to surpass that? What can we do? And if you don't want to have it publicly, we could talk about it offline. No problem, my brother. But if you come on here publicly to pitch something, you have to be prepared for scrutiny and you have to be able to keep your composure. I know it may be a lot because, again, you're very spirited, my brother. But again, if you're pitching something and the first thing that Black folk want to hear, okay, let me see if this guy is professional about what he's saying. The moment they hear cursing, they're going to, some people want to tune out and say, oh, wait, the heck, he's trying to pitch something and he's cursing. Even though for us, it's like, all right, it's not a big deal to me. You could curse and pitch anything to me. But to a general public, my brother, you gotta move a little differently because the perception that people have is crazy. A lot of things I want to say, but I have to be mindful, right? So I'm just saying that to you, my brother. If you need any help with this program, I'm willing to help. I'll put my $9 in to show you that I'm serious, even if I don't know the details. But I cannot tell people in good faith to do the same thing unless I am a partaker of it, unless I can see the benefits, and unless I can tell them, look, I was part of it for 90 days. This is what they're building. This is what they're doing. Go ahead and put your money in there. But at the same time, if you come to another organization that's doing the exact same thing that you're saying, then the only other thing that can happen is a partnership. You have to understand what a partnership is because it's a give and take for both sides. And if you're not prepared to do that, then it's not going to work. So you're not just talking to DivineProspect. You're talking to a ministry organization with over 500 people. So you have to be able to tell us, what are you going to bring to us that we're not already doing? And if we do sign on, what are we going to get out of it if we're going to work together? That's how tribes form confederations. That's how you have things called communalism, right? When you have federations that come together of various tribes and they have treaties and pacts on how they work together without absolving the sovereignty of the independent parts of that confederation. That's political science. My dad was a political science major, right? And then I know several people who was in political. Matter of fact, my dad's staying here with me right now. I'm going to see if he's willing to come on camera and talk about political science because he has a degree in that, right? So what I'm simply trying to say, my brother, this is stuff that I'm familiar with. I love you, my brother. That's why I let you on here. And I'm willing to help your vision succeed, but you have to be willing to be criticized and critiqued by the general public whenever you're pitching something to them. And Black people in the middle of an economic depression to give out $9 of their money, which to me is not a big deal, but some other people is not like that. They're going to have questions. They may not do it when the economy is great, but when the economy is not doing so great, and a lot of people getting unemployment, they got to know, okay, so if I give this $9 now, can I get this program? Can I get this service? Can I get this? Can I get that? They're going to be asking that. If you say, well, they're going to be like, they're going to hold back. But if you can get visionaries that are willing to be founders like you have on this page, they're willing to get. But if you're going to reference Freedom Georgia, we got to see the charter. We got to see their website. We got to see what they are facing, what services they're providing. We got to see all of this, because if not, then people are just not going to agree with it. And I'm done. I'm done on that. All right. So Father Time, call us. Let's set up an appointment. We'll talk offline and we'll go from there. All right. So next up was my brother, Amin Ra McCarthy, BSRRT. You have the floor, my brother.
Greetings, brother. I love everything that you're doing. I just had one word of advice for teachers of the Holy Scriptures. I want to talk about a concept of spiritual encryption, is what I was talking about in the chat. What I first want to say is the Scriptures, the Holy Scriptures, are only as good as the reader's relationship with the Most High. Okay? The Scripture is only as good as the reader's relationship with the Most High. So we got to be aware of this concept when we're teaching the Holy Scriptures. I hear you say a lot of things about the Hebrew words. You speak it well, really high understanding of everything. And when you're teaching people, you say, well, no, this word means this. If you look at the etymology and the very academic and scholarly explanations, it's great. But let me use an example for you. If you have a letter that you wrote to your spouse or your close family member, if I was on the outside looking in, reading that letter, and I was using academics and epidemiology and all of that, if I'm using that term right, to explain what you mean to say to your loved one, I may be explaining it totally wrong. You see what I'm saying? But if you have a relationship, right, the person who's reading the letter, they know what it's all about. And so if we don't have a good, close relationship with the Most High, then I fear that when you're trying to explain some of these scriptures and some of these words and what they mean, the point is being missed sometimes because there's not a relationship. Anybody can grab the Torah, the Bible, or whatever, and be very, very highly skilled at words and English and language and explain it to somebody. But that inside meaning, which God has with all of us, sometimes is getting misconstrued through trying to do an exegesis of the word and not have a relationship. Okay, so that's what I call spiritual encryption. Those words are living words. These are not words that are there for a long time ago, and it's something that can be broke down and processed academically all the time. Now, your academic scholarship is wonderful, and it's great, and it's good to have that as well. I just don't want us to not lean all the way that way and not have some understanding of spiritual encryption. What is it? It's living word. What does it mean to us today, right now, for you? And what does it mean for this brother or this sister when they read the same scripture? Because I can explain some stuff to you, but if I don't have an inside line, I may not know exactly what it's talking about. So, if you wrote your wife a letter and I took it and read it, I would think something completely different than what you meant. She'll know and you will know, but I'll be reading the exact same letter and not have a clue. And I will be explaining it totally wrong to the masses. So I just say like I said, I'm gonna get off. I just wanted you to see what you thought about that, because the scriptures are only as good as the reader's relationship with the Most High, because they're living words, not something that's dead. That's all I had, brother.
Awesome. No, so stay there. Please don't go anywhere, my brother. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for your insight. Spiritual encryption, that is deep. Right. The problem is, what about spiritual decryption? Because if something is encrypted, that means it's hidden from public eyes, and you need a key of some sort to decrypt it. Right. So what about, how do you spiritually decrypt if you're encrypting something?
I would say that the decryption comes with discernment. Again, that relationship that you have with the Most High, he will give you all of the discernment you need to see what he wants you to get out of the scriptures that you're studying. If I open up a book, I'm reading it, and I'm praying, and I'm fasting, I'm doing those things, then the Most High will give me all of the encryption or decryption I need in order to understand it. Now, you do have to have a preacher, right? You do need a person who will speak the words for those who don't understand, but that's to get them into a relationship. Once they get that relationship, then they can go to the Most High and read for themselves and get what God means for them today. It might not be the exact same thing I get out of it that you get out of it for that moment, because it's living. You see what I'm saying? And so when you say decryption, you do have to have somebody say, well, I don't understand none of this, right? Then you have to have somebody who can break down the scripture, break down the terms. What was the language like at this time? What did they probably mean? When you do those theological, or whatever you say, type of breakdowns of it, that's good. But we just don't want to lean totally to academic. I want us to make sure that we're using the spiritual connection to it, because that will supersede any academia that is being used to decipher the word once you have a personal relationship.
All right. So are you studying, my brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Please in the chat hit 1. If the audio and video is okay on both ends, hit 1. I want to make sure it's not something on my end. All right. So my question would be this, my brother, so you can understand my approach, because I think a lot of times people may misconstrue my approach, and I agree with what you're saying. However, there is stuff that need to be done before you can get to that point, because of the disconnection that we have from the original text and the context in which it was laid. The reason why I use a research methodology when it comes to discerning the scriptures for foundational, not functional, foundationally. Functional is the living part, how you live it out and how you follow the Most High, and how the Ruach is with you, etc. But you have to establish the foundation before you can become functional. The same thing is when you learn language. When you learn Hebrew, you gotta learn foundational Hebrew before you learn functional Hebrew. When you learn biblical Greek, you gotta learn foundational Greek before you learn functional Greek. This is just the way things work. So what we have to do is, because we are thousands of years separated from the historical, linguistic, and cultural context of when these things were written, to the people who was written, to the actual authors themselves, we have to be able to understand everything within the context in which was written and all the things that were going on. So I use a research methodology that is objective of my feelings and the feelings of others to get all the data, and use this methodology to start with a problem question and say, okay, why is the Holy Spirit given? And what does this word mean? Number one, is it used somewhere else? Two, to enhance upon the semantic range of this word, meaning that the possible meanings. You mentioned meanings. Meanings have to do with the semantic value and range. Value is when the word is used, how does it contribute to a passage? That's the value. The range is, okay, here in Genesis 5, it says this, but if I go here to Exodus 22, it says this, and it seems like there's two different contexts. Well, you have to understand why that's the case, and nobody who does a Bible translation is solely relying on the Holy Spirit. That's just not happening, my brother. Like, there's a great degree of academics that is utilized when putting together a translation. There's no way nobody's just waking up in one day and saying, hey, I'm just going to write this translation of the Bible. It doesn't happen, and everything is a translation, because the original language manuscripts that we have is not in English, and most of us speak English, so therefore you have to utilize. I can't just give somebody who don't know Greek and say, hey, here's P45. Can you translate P45 to me? And just give it to them. Use the Holy Spirit. Ain't nobody doing that, my brother. Nobody who don't know Greek is going to pick up and be able to say, okay, let me translate this for you using the Holy Spirit. It's not going to happen. So you do still have to rely on some kind of methodology in order to parse, translate, and interpret the text, right? And once you establish a foundation using that methodology, then the next step is application. How can this mechanical understanding of the text be applied so that way I can live this life? I can be empowered or endued with the Ruach to live this life. And unless I get the message correct, There's no way I could properly live that life, right? So that's why I take my approach to establish a foundation. And once the foundation is there, void of dogma, opinions, and whatever, now we can work on the functional part, which is the life application of what we were able to properly interpret based on its cultural, linguistic, and historical understanding, and utilize that as a springboard to get to the Most High, right? To go directly to him, where now I can be led by the Spirit because I understand what the text is saying, right? So that's what it is, my brother. It is not okay, let's use academia. I use it so I can get the foundation in order so I can be functional. That's all it is, right? Because when I live this lifestyle as best that I can, I try to say my best to be in tune with the Most High, to allow the Ruach to empower me to do certain things, because certain things naturally I just don't want to do. But I see myself doing it because it's the Ruach taking over. And that's because I've laid a foundation within me to allow it to breed, to allow it to succeed, to get sown, and for it to grow, to allow parts of me that normally won't do the thing, do it. And it becomes instinctive. It becomes part of my nature, part of my character. And it takes time to get that. So when you understand that, my brother, hopefully that gives you a better perspective of what I do. And it's not to inundate people with academic terms and theological presuppositional information and so forth. It's to set a foundation that we can build a house on so that the Ruach can dwell inside.
All right. And I understand that. I appreciate that explanation. Some of that I've learned just now is helping me understand even better, brother. But I also want to say that's also where it comes to when you're called. When you're actually called to be a voice of the Most High, then those theology schools become cemetery school. It's not necessarily what you need to speak God's word when he calls you. Now, somebody who's not called can understand words, language, text, and all those things, and can give you something, but still be missing the whole spectrum because he or she was not even called. Now, I'm not saying that's you, but I'm just saying that background and that method that you use, like the scientific method, when you're breaking down the scripture, because if it is in Greek, then of course I need somebody to translate that for me. But the Most High knew that when it comes down to us, it's going to come to you in a language that you do understand. And then when you get into a relationship with him, you will understand what he means after all man has changed and switched up, translated, turned around. All these things for, like you said, thousands of years will still come to you in its purest form when they get it directly from him. Now, I'll give you an example. I don't know if you've ever heard, you may have, Pastor Geno Jennings. If you ever get a chance to look this brother up, he never had any biblical school, no formal biblical training. He even speaks very broken English at times, so you can tell he's not really highly educated. But he is a man that knows the whole book of scriptures. I mean, all of them. And no matter what you throw at him or what concept you're coming from or wondering, he can rightly divide those scriptures and compare them for, like you said, the Genesis, and then way down the line at a Matthew or a Mark or something like that, and put them together, even in a Maccabees and Ecclesiasticus and book of Sirach. All those books, he just has it. Him and his reader will be able to bring those scriptures, man, and have no training. So both, I think, is good. It's good to have the breakdown that you have, because there's a lot of us who want that scholarly way. And I feel that you're called as well, brother. I feel that you have that passion, that drive from the Most High to get your people where you want to be and where we need to be. And I feel that from you, brother. I just want to make sure that after you give that breakdown, to make sure that the application is not far behind. So people who do have a relationship with God don't think that they will, damn, this relationship don't mean nothing. I need to go straight to what this is and what this word is, and the breakdown of the word and all those things. But like I said, I'm not taking away from that at all. That's a great skill that you have. That's a great concept that our people need to break down this stuff that's been passed down for so many years. But again, theology school is not necessary to be called of God and to be able to rightly divide these scriptures, to give them the way that the Most High wants them to be delivered, and to come to our people where we're met, where we are, thousands of years down the line. You see what I'm saying? And he is a perfect example of that, because that's all, you know, it's just using an example. That's a perfect example of being able to build and to rightly divide the scriptures and to understand them, explain them, and you would know he's for real and has no training. And so I just want people to think that you got to have this academic training to be deep as you may be. That's all I'm saying, bro.
No problem. So just so you know, I've not been formally trained in theology, right?
Okay, great.
No, I'm saying,
no, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that.
I see you have a degree up there. What is that degree you have up there?
I got a degree. It's in respiratory therapy. It's just health. And it's,
nice. No. I'm asking that for a reason, because I wanted to make a point, right?
Oh,
so,
okay.
So if you did not have that degree or go to that schooling, would you have the knowledge on respiratory therapy like you do after you have the training?
Not at all, because respiratory therapy is not delivered by the Most High, though.
It's not. You're taking lives by way of the Most High, right?
So it's by way, but what I'm saying that the Most High, the scriptures are direct from the Most High. Respiratory is the back door from man's participation, understanding of the body, because we learn something new every day. See, that's a different thing. In healthcare, we learn something new that we didn't know every day, or something that we thought we knew that worked or was true is not true on the same little human body that's been here for thousands of years, right? But the Most High's words don't change. There's nothing new that's going to pop up, and there's nothing that's in there that's going to turn up to be wrong, because they're for real. So that's a different direct line in that word. That word is true, is alive, is for real, if we believe that, okay? But as far as any other kind of learning, you can't compare the two when it comes to because those things can happen. New things, they can be some things, like I said, that are wrong that you found out 1,000 years later, or some new things about the body we're learning right now with the COVID-19. There's new things we're learning all the time, and that's not the case with the Most High. The Most High's words are real now, before we were born, and gonna be real after we gone, and they don't change. And so that's a little bit different.
No, so I appreciate that, my brother. Is it okay if I call you Elder?
No problem, bro. I'm a pastor.
Okay, we might be the same age. Oh, go ahead. What you say?
No, I'm a pastor. I have been having some thoughts with the Hebrew Israelite community. I feel more drawn to that. So I'm questioning some things. I'm learning some things. I'm getting guidance from the Most High about, Lord, what you want me to be doing? Am I doing this the right way? Am I in the right line for my children and family? My name is Egyptian, but I was given that at birth, and I will cherish that to the day because my father gave it to me. Mm-hmm. And so it's not like I changed my name or something like that because of anything. I got it from birth. But as far as my spirituality has always been for real. And I think if we come and have, and that study, somebody put study to show thyself approved, they got to understand that wasn't for the apostles. That was for others. And that, like us, right?
Are you an apostle?
No, I ain't an apostle. No.
So that means that scripture is for you then.
Yeah, that's what I'm not. I didn't mean that for like it's not for every. People get that understood. You do understand that, right? People do get that understood and say you have to go to this school or you need to really, really study, to get. But that wasn't for the holy apostles when they were saying that part in the Bible. It wasn't for them. They were talking about for others, which is us today.
So it is us. Okay, so let me first say, you mentioned Geno Jennings. That's interesting because when I was a Christian, I used to watch him a lot. I actually met him in 2010, I believe. And I have a picture. Maybe I'll share it on here sometime with me and him, right? When he came to Soundview and he did a message out there, right? I met him. I used to follow his work a lot. When I transitioned over here, I stopped following his work like that. I still like the way he preaches. Some things I still agree, but a lot of things I disagree. And I disagree for a lot of good reasons. Now, Geno Jennings, I've seen him do debates. I've listened to his sermons. And Brother Williams is the brother you're talking about, his reader. I know all of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm thoroughly familiar with Geno Jennings.
Okay,
that was like somebody I looked up to when I was a Christian, right? However, there's a lot of stuff that he teaches that is incorrect, and it can be easily shown, right? And that's not to throw shade on anything else he teaches that is correct. It's because certain things he say is out of context, and that happens a lot, right? When things are preached out of context. So That's the first thing I want to say. Second thing is, I agree. Theology or going to any kind of institution is not going to promise you a relationship with the Most High. Like, I wholeheartedly agree. But that's not why I utilize academia. I utilize academia because so many doctrines is out there that's taught by so many people, and nuances within doctrines exist. I don't want all of that white noise or chatter to disrupt what Yah wants to convey to me today. Therefore, I have to use some kind of method that is objective and that does not care about how I feel or other people feel in order to get to a certain conclusion. So once I have that foundation, then I can learn how to apply it by means of developing the relationship with the Most High. There's no way I can get into a relationship with somebody if I don't know anything about them, right? You gotta know. How do you know about them? You gotta either study them, observe them, or whatever the case may be before you get into a relationship. So when it comes to the text, when people rely on a translation, and that's fine, the translation is based on somebody else's scholarship. And if you don't understand that person's scholarship that it took to translate that text and the nuances that show up in the text because of their theological presupposition, then you are going to follow what they want you to hear most of the time, not all the time. Some translations are really mechanical, and those are good because it's too rigid for you to insert something in here and there. And when you just learn just basic things about the language, it helps. Not just the language, looking at the culture. Now, I'm gonna give you some sources, my brother. I know you just said, oh, we gotta do all of that. I'm simply trying to tell you, my brother, even as a pastor, you still have to study. Okay, no problem, King. Even as a pastor, you still have to study, right? When you give a sermon in season, you have to ensure that the sermon you get in season is accurate to the text. Because sometimes, and I've done it too in the past, you create a sermon out of something in the text and apply our contemporary meaning to it when that wasn't the intention of the author. The author did not intend that, but we use it because it's a good message preached today, right? So there is still a methodology which we call homiletics. Are you familiar with homiletics, my brother?
I've heard that.
Yeah,
that's another thing. That's another thing, brother. I don't write sermons. The word says you don't think about what you're going to say in that hour.
So what I do is as well. Yeah, I understand.
He'll give me the Most High will give me a feeling, something strong, a subject. I will find it in the word and open the word there and read it and preach it, read it and preach it. I never write a sermon. I used to when I found myself looking down more than I was looking up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not connecting because I'm reading, right? So if if you're true called by God, you don't have to write a sermon. You just get the feeling and you get the subject, find it in the word and preach it. The words are already written. The sermon is already written in the scriptures. And so you don't have to, I never take the time to, well, I'm going to write and, this is going to kill him right here, and this is going to get him up on the feet. I used to do that, but I don't do that.
So I don't mean to cut you off, Elder. Let me show you something, right? Let me ask you a question. Was Paul learned?
Paul?
Yes. Was he a learned man?
Not really. What do you mean, like school? I thought you were talking about school. Like,
yeah,
I thought you were talking about
school.
Well, I might be mistaken. Brother. Explain to me.
Okay, school, so you know who his teacher was?
Not off right top of my head, bro.
Okay. Gamaliel, that was his teacher.
Okay,
right?
Okay.
So let me bring up the scripture. There's a reason why I'm saying this, because everything you read from Paul is a sermon. He wrote it, and we're reading it today. He wrote things to people for edification, for equipping them, to empower them, to educate them. And a lot of it, sometimes he quoted Greek authors. That was intentional. That wasn't just, let me just go on a whim and just write. A lot of times he was confined when he was writing, so he had time to put the stuff down, but he had prior training. There's no way you can quote a Greek author if you have not studied that language and culture, which he has done. So he was
agree that Paul was an apostle?
Yeah, he was an
okay. You said what? Do you agree that Paul was an apostle?
Yeah, to the Gentiles.
Okay, so if he was an apostle, that means all of his words were inspired of God. If he did write them, that was inspired. Yeah. So I don't have to write it again, is what I'm saying. You don't have to write it again, brother.
So you're telling me I can't write no sermons? Is that what you're telling me?
Don't. I'm not saying everybody.
No, I'm taking your advice. I just want to see what your angle is. Do you believe that
when you get to that point, that you have a connection to where you don't have to prepare a sermon, then I suggest you try to do that, because it's so much more rewarding, it's so much more free, and it's so much more pure. That's all I'm saying.
No problem. So check this out, Pastor, because I would love to get you on here again so we can have just a one-on-one conversation about this, because I think this is phenomenal. And also, I want to be the best representation that I possibly can for my community and building with you, because like you said, you have some questions, you would like some insight, just to kind of get an idea of where we're coming from to see if maybe something you may agree with. And I don't want anything I say to offend you or to drive you in the opposite direction, right? So I want to be as welcoming and respectful as I can, and that's why I want to ensure that it's okay for me to call you elder or zaken in the Hebrew. Just want to give you your props, because you are my elder, right? And respectfully, elder, I hear what you're saying, but let me play something for you real quick. All right, I want to play something for you real quick, and you let me know if you hear this, if this is something that's led by the Spirit, right? Is that okay if I can play it for you?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
And then from there, I would love for you to give your final words, and then I just want to go on because we have 2 more guests, and then we can build again, elder. Okay?
No problem.
All right. So let me go on. And people want me to keep you on, but I have to be respectful. There's 2 other guests on. All right, 2 other guests on, especially one brother that trolled me. So I'm gonna bring him on too, because I want to address my brother, the way of everlasting. I want to address him because he think that I'm running away from having the Tanakh build, and I'm not, because I watch all 4 of his videos. He has a whole playlist. I watch all 4 of them. Each one was 50-something minutes. I watch all 4 of them, and I critiqued all 4 of them because I know all the sources he got all 4 of them from. And there's some things mechanically that he didn't address that I want to actually question him on, based on the presentations he did on his channel that he promoted for us to watch. So I want to definitely get to my brother, the way of everlasting. But I also want my brother, Kadar Scales. He kept us entertained with his facial expressions. And my brother, you kept this live. He couldn't even hold it. That's what they said in the chat, King. All right, so Pastor, let me just play this for you. Is it okay if I call you Pastor McCarthy?
That's fine, brother.
Okay, I just want to address you respectfully, okay? Yes, all right, so let me play this for you. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, hold on. Let me play this real quick. And you can listen to the entire thing. But I'm going to show you the title so you can look it up and listen to the entire thing. I'm just going to play a couple of minutes of it, okay?
Okay.
All right, cool. Let me grab it. Let me see if I can find the
Kika, ala the dative, that is the indirect object, because it's not the throwing of something. Allows you to completely
all right. Can you hear?
Something.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Completely destroy.
All right, so let me maybe share the video so you can see what it looks like in case you want to go back and check it out. It's this one right here, okay? It's called the Sabbath Teleconference Session 02/27/21, Spiritual Warfare and the Family Unit. Now, I didn't write anything. So whatever you hear me saying on here, this was all led by the Spirit, if that's what you want to call it, right? Mm-hmm. So I was invited onto the teleconference that some brothers that I know do every Sabbath, and they asked me to come on and be there just to contribute, show support, and I committed to doing that, right? So on here, they were talking about spiritual warfare, and I was just holding back. I wasn't saying nothing. I was enjoying the show. And then they asked me to come on and speak. So I was called on the spot. I didn't write any of this. This is just off the top of the head, being led by the Spirit, stuff that I already put in myself that is now coming out, right? So check it out.
Why does that matter? Well, the only way you can fight this warfare is through the divine enabling power that allows you to completely obliterate what's the next thing? Okairomaton, which means a fortress or a stronghold. So wait, we gotta see here for a second. What happens is that the flesh itself cannot fight against the Spirit, because the Spirit has created a fortress of protection around the interest that the enemy wants to engage. So what happens if you look in fortresses are created to protect a kingdom and the interests that are within the kingdom. And therefore, in order for you to ever get inside and overthrow the strong man, you have to first demolish the walls of the city. Okay, so hopefully somebody's getting it. The only way that we can fight spiritual warfare is when we get the enabling power of the divine in order to completely obliterate the fortress that the enemy has in the spiritual realm, because like Yeshua says, unless you bind you cannot get the spirit stolen from you. Wait, I'm on. The next verse goes on and says, logismos. Now that's the key thing. That's the root word for logos. What does logos mean? I think y'all know this. What is the logos?
The word.
The what?
The word.
The word.
The word.
The logos is the word, right?
Yes.
You learned that from 1:1 or Yachanan 1:1, right? So
Yes.
the logos case, the key thing that's translated from logos, logismos, is the word argument. Okay, you're gonna be like, what an argument? What is that talking about? Going. Then you have kai ronatis, again, the overthrowing, kai pan, and every and all, high soma, which is the high thing that lifts itself, a pyromenon that lifts itself, kata, against, meaning facing downward towards, tes genoseos, which means the knowledge, tau theal, which is of the most high. This is mine. I'm saying key words here. Tau. So let's go. Let's down. Let's simplify.
Just a few more minutes.
Remember, we read in the previous verse is that the only way that you can war in the spirit is to receive the enabling power of the divine to completely obliterate the fortress that the enemy has in order to prevent you from retrieving the things that were taken from you. We got our tongue taken from us, our culture taken from us, our identity taken from us, our history.
Yes.
Who we are, the very nature that. And the enemy has built the fortress around that because he wants you to stay in the flesh to try and retrieve these things. But the only way we can get the enabling power to obliterate it is through the weapons of our warfare, is accessing or enabling divine power, which is in the ruach, the pneumos, or the spirit. If you get out spirit, there's no way you can demolish. Remember, completely obliterate. Sometimes people want to knock on the door and ask, "Can I get in?" Sometimes you want to destroy a bridge or destroy a wall. You have to use to reason against or for. So what are you talking about? That means some of these things that are waged against us as far as war are thoughts and reasoning that needs to be open. It starts first with the word. Yeshua says that a man is not about the fire, but when he puts it in the body, but what comes out of the mouth, because what comes out of the mouth comes from where the heart. The heart, in that sense, is symbolic of the mind, of your reasoning faculties. Now, this is important now. The Most High gave us that reasoning faculty for a reason, but what happens is the fleshly man uses it for natural devices, things that are not in. So be overthrowing these things and every high thing that lifts itself up. See, that's the key thing. What are the thoughts in your mind that lifts itself up? That has to do with pride and ego, or hubris that comes before the fall.
Now, I'm gonna stop there for sake of time. If you can, please go back, Pastor, and check out the rest of it. It's only about 36 minutes, and that's just the first part. There's 2 parts in it where we go over spiritual warfare, and that's just something without writing anything down. That's just having knowledge of the text, understanding the context, some of the language, and understanding some of the application during that period of time, and being able to take that and compare it to contemporary everyday stuff that we face right now, right? There's things that we are struggling right now. So I have several of these on my channel without any written sermons where I just speak the word, right? Or I just preach the word. That's it. I don't need to write anything. Matter of fact, right now, I can preach one to you right now if we had time. If you gave me 10 minutes, platform service, I give one, you give one, and we can just deliver it to the people, right? So this is something that I've already done and I'm already doing. So what you're saying is key. If you can get to the point where you can stop writing and relying on the paper and rely on what the spirit is saying, not just what it said. And that's something you got to be in the spirit to do. So I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree. However, I don't want you, Pastor, to nullify the importance of setting a foundation based on getting into the cultural, linguistic, and historical context of the text, so you can get a better understanding and use the words based on how it was used by Shaul or Paul or Paul, how it was used by Cephas or Peter, Yachanan or John, Jacob or James, Yeshua or Jesus, or even if you delve into the Old Testament, Moshe, Aharon, etc. Right? And here's the books I'm just going to show you, because these books are written by people who are Christians, and some of them have even pastored before, right? That give you what I utilize in order to better understand the text. And that's all I'm telling people, right? We need to be right and exact if we're going to deliver something. And if we're going to give somebody what is said in my community, line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little, even though that is something completely different than what we use in my community, we have to be sure that we understand what the passage is saying. And it's not to second guess your faith. It's to make it more sturdy. It's to have a much deeper anchor that can have a foothold setting on the ground. So no matter what waves come your way, a wave of doubt, a wave of ignorance, a wave, you're able to stand. Because the scripture says, after you've done all you can to stand. Well, what you mean? I just did all I could to stand. Why am I still standing? The Greek tense. When you don't understand that, you miss the essence of that. In John chapter 21, where Jesus says to Peter, feed my sheep, tend my sheep. Peter's like, yo, what are you talking about? I love you. They're using two different words in the Greek. It's not the same words. But if you don't do your study and just rely upon somebody else's scholarship of a translation, you're going to miss the essence of what's being conveyed. So that's all I'm trying to express to the community. I take the tools that I've gathered, the methodology that I use, the sources that I've read, and I'm just giving it back to people so they can strengthen that foundation, so they can build a better house. And it's not leaning like the Tower of Pisa, right? It's standing upright. And it can make you an upright person, and you follow through with acts of righteousness that is instinct. And that's something that you do altruistically in order to win rewards from people, but something you do as your due diligence, as presenting yourself as a living sacrifice, Romans 12:1, to the Most High, because that is what acceptable to him, your life as a living sacrifice, right? So I hope that's sufficient. Let me show you these two resources. And if you have any final words, Pastor, I'm going to let you give it. And then from there, I'll move on to my brother, Kadar Scales. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So check these books out real quick. All right. Let me know what you think about it. If you want, just email me and I can send them to you. So that way you can read it for yourself, and just let me know what you think of it. If you have the time to read, if you have the willingness to read, to even look to see people who are professed Christians, I don't know them personally, right? That have written these books in order to give people that foundation. Okay, so here's the first one. The first one is this one right here. And this one is really good because it helps to keep people grounded. And this is for Christians now, in the Old Testament. Because a lot of times people like to disconnect what we call the Old Testament from the New Testament. And that is completely incorrect, because the New Testament has no footing unless there's an Old Testament, so-called. Would you at least agree with that? Or
yes,
do you,
sir.
Oh, you do?
You got the foundation.
Okay, and the Old Testament is the foundation.
Yes, sir.
And you said the Most High does not change, right?
No, sir.
So even when he gave the statutes, laws, and commandments in the Old Testament, were they changed in the New Testament?
No, they were fulfilled.
And they were fulfilled how?
By Christ.
So he fulfilled it. So therefore, nobody is supposed to keep the statutes, laws, and commandments anymore, correct?
Not the ones that he fulfilled. Like killing a lamb and burning the blood on the sacrifice altar. You don't do that kind of stuff anymore.
Oh, but there were only certain statutes and commandments that pertain to the sacrifice of animals, not all of them.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So the ones that don't require sacrifice, we're still to do, correct?
In a certain extent, I don't know them all. I'm learning that. I don't know them all, brother. I can say I don't know for sure. But I know that Jesus came. I know that Jesus came to fulfill the laws and the foundations that were set before you from the beginning of time. And so, like I said, I'm still learning. I'm still learning all of the different commandments and all of the different, because there's new stuff I'm learning about. What they say you had to have tassels on your garment and a certain amount of tassels, all that kind of stuff. I'm still learning and trying to decipher whether that's something that I need to be looking into as well. So I couldn't say for sure, to be honest with you, but I do know that I feel like the foundational things that Christ came to do, not to do away, but to fulfill, were fulfilled. And it's a learning experience every day. Like you said, nobody's going to be 100% until the day you die. And so I'm going to be learning forever. Awesome.
Okay. So I appreciate that. And thank you for being honest. And this is why I love your spirit, my brother, because you are extremely honest. And I can learn from somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? And I thank you for coming on here. So the book that I want to show, and I want you to speak so you can give me some time to find it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I found it now. I'm going to bring it up on the screen. I've shared this on here before, and I'll be more than willing to send you whatever I have if it can help you be better equipped to deliver the message to the people that they need to hear. Okay. But when we do talk as a one-on-one going forward, then we can talk about things we agree and disagree with, and pretty much share that information so the community can grow. Because even Geno Jennings debated. Right, he debated. I've seen at least 8 of his debates, one in person, 8 of his debates. Right. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this book is by N.T. Wright. Have you heard of N.T. Wright or Michael F. Bird before?
No.
Okay, these are very prominent people in the realm of Christian scholarship. All right, they wrote a book called The New Testament in Its World, an introduction to the history, literature, and theology of the first Christians. That is extremely important. And they go into how many pages is this? This is 2,364 pages.
Wow.
Yeah, this is serious. I read through all of it, though. It's not really a lengthy read as you may think, as the font type is kind of big. And it's a lot of images and notes and annotations and stuff like that. But they go over certain things like here, the ancient theater of Pergamum, right? I don't know if you know what that is, but they give you things that anchor the text in reality, right? By showing you things in their worldview. Because if you don't understand culture, you cannot interpret the text. Because you have to know the culture of the people to know what they were saying to those people. And once you understand that, then you take the axioms or the maxims, which are timeless universal truths that were being conveyed by the authors, because that is still applicable today. But some other things may be just conditional based on those specific circumstances that cannot be replicated today. You have to know how to parse this out. Because if you don't, then you'll be telling people something that was done during that time that cannot be replicated today. A good example of that Geno Jennings will teach is tithing. Do you subscribe to tithing?
Yes, but not only money, but yourself and your living sacrifice. Anything that you got a talent in.
Is there a scripture that tells you can tithe that way? Can you give me?
I don't have it right offhand.
Okay, no problem.
I don't have it right offhand, but not the way I said it. But that's another thing. That's that personal relationship.
Okay.
That makes you understand.
Okay, because I don't subscribe to, because I don't believe it can be biblically done today. And if it can, it's going to be a lot of changes in the church in order for it to actually apply today, right? Because, they had money during that period of time, and money was never used as a tithe. But they did have,
and that's a lot. And a lot of things, like we have a lot of talents. We got people that sit in the congregation who can sing but won't sing. People who can teach, like you know what I'm saying, who can break things down but would sit there and not do nothing at all. Or have some goods that they can help somebody else with. It's just part of the charity. Same way if you look at Islam, they have a charity part in their doctrine as well. It's all the same to me, just broken down in a different way in each little religion. That's why I don't subscribe to just religion. It's the word tells us to be holy. Not to be a Christian, not to be a Hebrew Israelite, not to be a Muslim, not to be none. It says be holy because I, your God, am holy.
Yes, but there's a cultural context to that. The word is kodesh. It means to be set apart. And in order to know that you're set apart, there's been some guidelines that have been laid down to understand what it is to be set apart, right? And what the Spirit does, it enables you to maintain that set apartness, because you cannot do it of your own self, right? So you mentioned talents. That's Matthew chapter 25, right? And you mentioned talents. Now the talents here, are you saying that this is equivalent to tithing?
No. I'm saying whatever talent he gave you, you should be using it for the edification of his people.
Oh, so you're talking about something in Paul's scriptures where he talks about that everybody is a part of the body of Christ, and that we all. Yes. Okay. So, but does that have to do something with tithing as well? Does that mean tithing also?
Well, to me, it does, because the way I get it, because you also have to keep the meat in the storehouse. You also got to keep the lights on. You also got to be able to run and help people with. Because a lot of people are not going to just go and buy clothes for the naked or feed the hungry. So those monies that come in will help not only keep the building going, but also have funds there to help people when they call and say, look, I can't pay my bill, or I'm hungry this week, or whatever. And whatever we have through the tithes and offering, we can give that monetarily. And also teaching, somebody who's good with the youth, who can help watch the children or teach the children. All those talents that you have, use them to the edification of the people. And that's what I use as tithe.
Okay, gotcha. So that's interesting. So it shouldn't be called tithes, and maybe membership dues, maybe donations, because I never seen a commandment where Jesus actually, permitted tithing. I don't see Paul, mention tithing being done by anybody who was teaching. It's not in the pastoral epistles. It's not in his early epistles, which is looked at as being Colossians, Ephesians, Galatians and the Corinthians, and then he had some in between, and then he had the later ones with the pastoral ones. I don't see anything about instruction about tithing. I see giving. Giving is there, but tithing doesn't exist there, right?
It's in the word. I don't have the scripture right off the top of my head, but it is in the word. Yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay. So it's in the New Testament where there's a commandment to tithe.
I don't know if it's New Testament or not. I can say I don't know exactly what scripture it is, but I know it's a scripture in about a tithe. Okay. And that's mostly about a small amount. It's not, tithe is just giving a small amount of what you being given and blessed with to edify his people. That's all. And it's blessed when it come out your pocket. It's because a lot of preachers are doing the wrong thing with it. You know what I'm saying? But when it leaves your pocket, it's blessed because you wanted to give back to what God has given you, a little tithe, a little piece of, whether it's food, land, some clothes, money, whatever it is to edify God's people. When it leaves your pocket, it's blessed. And whatever the preacher or whoever does with it, that's between him and God. If you're doing something wrong, that's between him and God.
Gotcha. Let me ask you one more thing, Pastor. I'm gonna let you give your final words, and I'm gonna move on. And I thank my other two guests for being patient. Right. Let me go to Acts chapter 2 real quick with you. Right. Acts chapter 4, not Acts chapter 2. Acts chapter 4, and you can go to verse 32. And I want to read this for you because if you want to talk about giving, based on what you said, I think this is the ultimate example of that. Right. So Acts chapter 4, verse 32 says, "Now the full number of those who believed were of one heart and soul. And no one said that any of the things that belonged to him was his own." Do you have a car, Pastor?
Yes, sir.
Would you let somebody in your church use your car?
No, sir.
Okay, so it says here, no one said that any of the things that belonged to him was his own, but they had everything in common. And with great power, the apostles were giving their testimony to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus, and great grace was given to them. There was not one needy person amongst them. For as many as were owners of land or houses sold them. So would you sell your house, Pastor, right now in your car so that somebody that's hungry in your church can eat?
No.
Okay. Sold them and brought the proceeds of what was sold and laid it at the apostles' feet, and it was distributed to each as any had need. So if we were to apply this contemporarily, how would that look? Because if you look in a context, there's nothing about tithing, right? It's just everybody had that was okay.
If we look at that in context today, you look at your income. Those people, a lot of people back then didn't have a steady income like we have today. If you needed a car, but if you needed my car or needed a ride, I would try to arrange or help you get transportation with the funds that were put in the church. And like I say, I have a job, so I get paid, and if I don't have to sell everything I have to put at the apostles' feet because he has already blessed me with a steady income. That steady income, I can take a piece of that and give back the same way. Like you said, context in this situation is totally different than how we live today, right?
Do you pastor over a church, a physical church?
Yeah, physical church. Yeah.
Does everybody in your church have everything in common? Does everybody have a house, have a car, have a job?
Yes, it might not be a job, but everybody has a house and a car. Nobody's homeless.
So if I visit your church, everybody's going to have everything in common?
Pretty much. They're going to have everything that they need, but they have everything in common. Like you said, the basics. Yeah, of course. So
if you have a car, they should all have a car, right?
That's true. If you're looking at it like that, that's true.
If you have a house, they all should have a house too, right?
They should have somewhere to dwell. Yes.
Yeah, and also if you're eating every day, they should eat as well, right?
Most definitely.
If you're able to take care and support your children, I don't know if you're a father or whatnot.
All of 8 kids.
They should be able to do the same, right? So everybody should have all things in common, and anybody that has more should do something about having more so that others who don't have should have. So that means everybody in your church should have all things in common if we are to follow the apostles' lead, because this is how the first church grew, because nobody regarded anything as his own, but was willing to give it to somebody else so that they can have. That's the power of giving.
Yeah,
when you're willing. Now, again, that's a test because a lot of us won't do that today. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You won't. And I appreciate your honesty because you wasn't trying to fake the funk. You said no, just honest, and then you explained why. So I respect that. However, if the church is going to have any power anymore, and this is just my opinion, they need to revert back to doing this. Because if we do this, then we won't have 100 churches on the corner and people still impoverished coming to those churches because they were in this principle. Right. The church is a nice elaborate building and everything around that church is ghettos and projects. Something is wrong. And 5, 10 people of the ecclesiastical staff are coming out there with nice cars, and you go to their house, they got 5, 6 bedrooms, but nobody in the church that is homeless is actually living there. They're on Section 8. They're in the projects right down the street, and the pastor lives in 2 counties over. Something's wrong with that. That's why people say the church has lost power, because when they had a need, this is what they did. They didn't go to Rome and say, hey, yo, we need a grant, we need a loan. This is what they did amongst themselves of the believers. And I believe this is something that the church needs to be restored back to, because this was cultural. This was something that was embedded in their very fabric of existence, because this is what they were taught to do via Torah, which is to take care of the needy, take care of the oppressed, take care of the fathers, take care of the widows. Matter of fact, if you go further on, the establishment of the deacon office was based on taking care of a need that is outlined in the Torah, which is the widows, because they were beefing. And they had to make sure that, let me show you one more thing. One thing, Pastor, if you don't mind, and then I'll let you build, no problem. Okay. I'm sorry to other guests. It's just very good. And I'm glad I have an honest pastor on here that I can talk to that's not trying to fake the funk, right? I appreciate that, Pastor. But check this out. Right here in verse 1. Now in these days, when the disciples were increasing in number, a complaint by the Hellenists arose against the Hebrews because their what? Widows were being neglected in the what? Daily distribution. If there's any widows in any church right now and you're not getting your daily distribution of everything that you need, then guess what? The church is not following these principles. And where does these principles come from? The Torah. They didn't just fall out the sky with the new revelation. This was already embedded in the fabric of their existence because it was predicated upon them based on their culture. So there was a daily distribution that was given to all the widows to make sure they had a need. And when there was disputings amongst them, the apostles were too busy. They said, look, we can't do this. So they created an office to oversee something that was already established foundationally in the Torah. This is why this is going on. This is why you're going to say, why are they giving the widows a daily distribution? If you don't read the Torah, you're not going to understand why they're doing this. This was their obligation. This was them living the word that was already impressed upon them based on their cultural disposition. Romans chapter 3, Paul said it. To what advantage is there to be a Jew? Much in every way that the very oracles of God were entrusted to the Jews, meaning that the oracles or the word was already impressed upon their spirit. So when the Ruach comes, it has some kind of soil that it can seed and work from and grow from. But if your heart is not soiled with the things of the Most High, then it's going to be difficult for the Ruach to actually lead you based on the everlasting word. You mentioned that, Olam, the everlasting word that should already be in all our spirits. And it should just conjoin with that and be able to take what you put in and bring it out. And this is why I think it's essential for all Christians to understand the Old Testament, because it gives you better insight as to why certain sacrifices was made and things were done in the New Testament. So I'll let you give your final words, Pastor, and then
I just want to say thank you for the time, and to everybody that's your guests, and then your kingdom building. I appreciate it. I wish you the best of blessings on that. But my last thing on that would just be, like you said, if you're not soiled in the word and you don't have a personal relationship with the Most High, then you will not give, period. And the reason why you have some of these pastors and these large churches and these members who have Mercedes and all of this, they don't give. Everybody around them is so messed up. They don't give. If you have it in you, then you will give. If you would give a tithe and put back into the church, then everybody around you will prosper. The neighborhood could be better. The people nobody would be starving and hungry and having the church ain't doing this. It's not the church. It's the person in the church. It's not the idea. It's the person who doesn't have the word in them. Like you said, they had the word so embedded in us, and I don't think any of us are as deep as they were back then. We strive to be that way. But if you have it in you and you have the word in you, then you'll give. If you won't be stingy, you won't hold on to what God has given you. And he's not asking for all of it, sell your whole house. He's just asking for a tithe. And if you give a tithe in your food or your land or just whatever you're getting from your income, then if everybody did that, Brother Divine, it wouldn't have this problem. It's the fact that the people won't do that because they worried about what the pastor's going to do with the money. They worried about somebody else having or knowing how much they make. right? And so those kind of things, and just being stingy, I ain't giving my money, I ain't doing this, you know, that mentality, because that's not of God. If you got it in you, you would be naturally want to give her back to the church to help those around, and those around the church would then see the benefit. And I was gonna say, when I heard your word, you asked me what I think, if it was divinely inspired, and I would say that it was subliminal spiritual regurgitation of what you already had in you, because you are called and you have done a lot of study. And when the opportunity presented itself, it all came to you with no problem. I don't think you have a photographic memory. It's just that the Most High put it in you, and you studied it, and you regurgitated it without stuttering. That's because it's in you. And that's because the Lord has put it in you to study and learn it the way that you have, and gave you the gift of speaking and being called and chosen to do this work. So you're able to do that. That's what I think it was. Okay. And so I'm going to look into that book that you had up there. And like I said, I'm going to continue to listen after I get off. And I appreciate the opportunity to the guests. Sorry, brothers, that it took so long. But I appreciate the bill. And I wish you the best on your building, and whatever I can do to help, I'll be more than happy to.
And vice versa, Pastor. The email is there, the number is there. If you need anything from me, I'm willing to help. Any resources I show, if you need them that will help in your walk, let me know. And again, I don't have any beef if someone identifies as a Christian. I have no problem with that. The only issue that I have is when I don't see stuff like this going on, and people who claim to be Christians, and there's more Christians than people who identify as Israelites, and yet we should see a bigger change in our communities, right? And people are professing to be Christians. But what I learned is that the thing that we're missing that would make us better Christians is culture. It's appropriate culture that you're raised from when you come out, while you're in the womb, prenatally, when you come out the womb, you're being told things that become embedded into your character. So now when you receive the Spirit, you can exemplify what it means to be a Christian, right? And this is what the apostles had, which we don't have today. We have Black American culture. That is not going to produce really good Christians. I'm sorry, it's just not going to do it, right? So that's my opinion. So I say, okay, why not use the culture that is in the text, that is already the proving grounds for all of the things that we see in the Brit Hadashah, the New Testament, to come about? Why don't we just prep ourselves that way? And therefore, we can give more to the Spirit to do within us, because the things that we see them doing, again, if you look at how they moved and operated, everything was based on Torah. Everything was based on Torah. But how can we understand that contextually if we're not looking at their culture? And this is why the references I give and the methodologies that I provide helps us to get to that point. And it's not to discourage anybody from whatever path they're on. It's just to help further fortify them. So when the enemy comes, you can be able to shield yourself from those fiery darts. All right. That's all I want to share. So thank you so much for your time. Pastor, I appreciate you. And I'm going to move on. All right. But definitely email me and let me know when you're available so we can go do a one-on-one in the future. Okay. Because you're one of the few pastors that is honest, and I'll be more than happy to give this platform to build with. Okay.
Thank you, brother. All
right. Thank you, King. Have a blessed day. All right. So my brother Kadar Scales, thank you so much for your patience. You are up next, my brother. You gotta unmute your mic, King. Okay, I'll mute it for you. Say something.
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shalom. Shalom.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, that's a few things. Well, I'm not gonna stay long. It's got a little late on me. I got to work in the morning. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I'm just muted so you can talk.
Okay. So one of the things I was hoping that y'all can come together. I know a lot of y'all busy. You, Brother Ron, Dalton, Pastor Kelly, and some more Israelites, and debate these urban apologists on live TV. I'm just so sick of them. But that's one thing. The other thing I want to talk about is that I want to have you. I've been studying a lot about the book of Daniel and how the four beasts the 4 beasts he saw. But if you keep reading Daniel 7, he saw 3 more beasts. Then he seen the little horn come up at the end. I wonder, have you looked at that and seen, if you go back in our history, you'll see that the Arab slave trade, which started with 642 AD, and then you got Spain and Portugal, 1452 AD. Then you got 1619, which is Great Britain. Then you got 1776, when America came out of Great Britain, which it says the 8th come out of the 7th. Have you ever looked at that?
I think you're muted, bro.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
The whole time, my bad. Okay, my bad. All right. Yeah, so what I was saying was, and I don't know if anybody. Muted, bro. Okay.
So I can't hear you.
The whole time, my bad. Okay, my bad. All right. Okay, I think it's playing back on his end. Okay, so what I was saying was yes, I've looked at that. Yes, I have a position on it, but I have not refined it the way I want to yet. And I'm going to be teaching more on prophecy towards the end of this year, where I'll be giving more detail on my stance in regards to certain prophecies in the scriptures, right? So what my approach is now is similar to what I gave in the documentary Karagma, when the brother Priest Anyala and his brother came down, or the Sahab came down to record me and a couple other brothers and asking us about the mark. Karagma means mark in the Greek, referring to the mark of the beast. And I talked about a one-to-one correspondence, right? Which I thought was important because it's called bijection. It's a mathematical principle where if you have one domain with items in it, there should be a one-to-one correspondence between what's here and what's there. So once we build out a template of the historical, cultural, linguistic context of what we find in Daniel, then what we can try to do is match that up with something that is contemporary on our end that lines up one-to-one with it, that corresponds one-to-one with it. And when we can do so, if it's even all applicable still today, then it can better point us to what to look for, right? Instead of saying what it actually is, it's what to look for. Because the reason why prophecies is written figuratively like that, and why prophecies have some literalness in it as well. It's a style. It's a Hebrew style. Why they do that? Because they are expecting the immediate reader to know certain things, so they don't have to specify. Unfortunately, because we've been disconnected from the culture today, we don't know those things. But as you get into the culture, you start to see these things and say, oh, this is what this, oh, that's what the, oh, so this is how this can apply today. This is how this can apply today, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So I'm going to withhold, and now you're probably like, I'm going to withhold my answer to that until Q3 of this year, where I'm going to start teaching on prophecy, because y'all been getting on top of me and say, Divine, what's your position on this prophecy? What's your position on that prophecy? And I've been holding back for a reason, because I want to get KHM up and running, provide services, programs, products to the community. But now once that phase is over and it's running autonomously, then I can focus back on teaching, and then I'm going to start grabbing certain prophecies and then giving elaboration on it, right? So, but what I want you to do, because I know you look eager, my brother, give me your take on it, and let's end off with that. And then in the future, if you want to build again, we'll be able to do so on something else, or the same thing. It's up to you. But I want to give you the platform to voice your perspective as well, Kate. So you have the floor.
I believe, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Yes. According to my study, it goes, I mean, like, if you look at Daniel 7, Revelation 17, I mean, it goes hand in hand with the history of our captivity. Because if you talk to basically anybody, you know, these people that's in do a lot of study in history. Let's say they have no knowledge of the Bible. They just studying our history and how we went in slavery and scattered to the four corners of the earth. They're going to tell you, you know, if they're going to be honest, but they probably will be honest if we're not talking about the Bible, just talking about Africans, so to speak, African Americans going into slavery. That's a whole. That started, you know, with the Arab slave trade. And then they're going to go to Spain and Portugal, America, and then they're going to go on to, Great Britain, then America, you know, broke free from Great Britain. Now, if you look at the Bible and how the prophet Daniel and Revelation, it talks about, you know, Daniel talks about the four beasts. Then he mentions three, then a little horn. And so when you looking for who are the people, that you notice every prophecy, Daniel talks about the kingdom when he starts. Number one, Babylon. He was in slavery in Babylon. Number two, Persian Medes. That was up on the Persian Medes. Number three, Greek. That was up on the Grecians. And then number four, Rome. That was up on the Rome. Then the revived Roman Empire. And then you got the Arab slave trade. 642 AD. You got Spain and Portugal, 1452. Then you go on to 1619 to now, which Great Britain and America ran concurrent. But you know, America came out of Great Britain. So you go to Revelation 17, it's going to tell you the eighth came out of the seventh. So upon my study, I mean, it's like unreal. When I looked at that, and I'm like, wow, this is like history before in history in the making, in history now, in history in the making. I mean, to me, it's like a smoking gun, but you know, I'm still gonna wait and see what you say about that.
That's cool, my brother. That's cool. I appreciate you, man. You've been here with us for some time, my brother, and you've supported this ministry for some time. You gave some good feedback, and I appreciate seeing you live and building with you, King. So I pray that all you put your hand to do, that you're prosperous in your endeavors. I will continue to keep you in my prayers. If you need anything, we're here to help you, my brother. And I look forward to you coming back on so we can have a more expounded build when I'm actually ready to come out with my Daniel interpretation.
And look, I want to see you. I hope to see you in North Carolina. I don't know if you remember, that's where I met you at. Down High Point.
Oh, so at the
yeah, remember I was talking to you.
Oh, that was you.
Yes.
I remember. Oh,
that's me.
Man, I knew you looked
talking to you and Benai Israel.
Yes. Wow, that was a good time, man. I wish we can get back to that, but you know, coronavirus is a hater, so we'll see. We'll see what happens again. Yeah, we'll definitely be in Raleigh, Durham, which is about 45 minutes away or hour away from High Point.
Yes, actually, I live near DC, but my home is Reedsville. I'm from that area, Reedsville, North Carolina, so I always travel home. So if you're in Raleigh, Durham, actually, I live in Fredericksburg, so about like 2 hours and a half for me.
That's not that bad. That's
not bad. Not bad.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and if you need gas, anything coming or going back, we here. We get to help take care of that, my brother.
Okay, but I think I'm all right. Okay.
You sure? Okay. But the offer is there, and we can. And even if you need it behind closed doors, nobody got to know about it. Okay.
Oh no, I don't care about that. We are very country now. We need money. We're gonna act. We don't. But okay. So when will y'all be in Raleigh?
So we're aiming for April next month.
Okay.
Raleigh and Houston, Raleigh, Durham, and Houston in April.
So are y'all doing anything for Passover on that Thursday? I think it's gonna be the 18th, right?
For us is the 10th. So that that next week.
Okay.
We're gonna be in Raleigh that next week, and at the end of the month, we're gonna be in Houston.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So much, man. It was an honor meeting you again. Thank you for reminding me who you were. So now maybe the match is, that's, because you didn't say I'm King Scales. You didn't say that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
No, I didn't say
that. So now I know. So I appreciate you, King. I appreciate it.
All right. Shalom.
All right. Shalom.
Yeah.
All right. So now we saved the best for last. All right. Oh, I don't know what just happened. The way everlasting, come back on, King. Man. Oh, okay, perfect. All right. Shalom, King.
What's going on? What's going on, my brother?
What's up, man? What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just getting off a late day of work, and you know, I'm a early riser, so these long days, man, they really get me. Plus, it's getting late over here, so
you sound like me. We both need more sleep. That's all that means, man.
That's exactly what that means.
All right. So before we get started, my brother, so I've seen all the comments you made in the last two premieres, last live stream. So I pay attention to everything. Your whole playlist that you have, I watched almost everything in there. And I'm familiar with everything that you're about to say on this subject matter. Okay. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, wait. So check it. And in doing so, I saw some things that need to be corrected. Right.
Okay.
But I'm open game for anything you want to ask me. The first thing I'm going to ask you to do is just to honestly deal with me based on my position. And then once you deal with me based on my position, if you want me to defend the things that you are bringing out, I'll be more than happy to do that as well. Right. Just to kind of make sure that we're diametrically opposed to make for a good dialogue or edification session. OK, I heard you call in on Sidnetta and gave your feedback talking about the New Testament as a lie and all of that. So I paid attention to that. And the other comments that you left in there as well. So I follow you, the things that you do, because my peoples, they watch everything you do. They report it back to me, because when you come in the chat and you say certain things, people follow you and they share everything with me, and I watch everything and I pay attention to everything. Right. So I have something on the screen, but I'm going to let you open up. But I got something on the screen that I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. And I also have 27 other markers in your 4-part series that I definitely would love to question you on, just to see why you said what you said when it didn't make any sense. And I just want to use this as a good example of it. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you get the floor, my brother. Please go ahead and introduce what you want to share briefly tonight. We're not gonna have a lot of time, but I'll give maybe about 20 minutes for us to build. All right, because you waited diligently, and I appreciate that. So go ahead, King. I'm on mute. I'm gonna let you go.
All right, right on. Well, I mean, you already know my position on the New Testament, you know, which is that it's pretty much a what I would say plagiarism of the Old Testament, right? That's my position. And it's basically based on the fact that when you look through these Old Testament prophecies, which, you know, me and you actually went over Zechariah 3 and Zechariah 6, those prophecies, which, you know, you claim to be the branch which was pointing to Yeshua. But even within Zechariah 6 itself, it tells you the branch is Joshua, the son of Josedek, right? And you even asked me a question, which I told you I would do further research about Jeremiah 23. And who was the branch in Jeremiah 23? Well, the interesting thing about Jeremiah 23 and Zechariah is that Jeremiah was prophesying the Babylonian captivity. And then we see after the Babylonian captivity, what happens? The Persians come in, right? And then they take over. From that, then we see the deliverance from Israel from their captivity, right? And that was under that was under the priest Joshua. So for tonight, I was just going to ask you about Micah 5:2, because a lot of people look at Micah 5:2 and they say Micah 5:2 was talking about Yeshua as well, you know, being born from everlasting, from the beginning, even from everlasting, right? Now, the thing about Micah 5:2 is when you look at it, looking at Micah 5:2, it specifically talks about the Assyrian captivity, right? And one of the most interesting things is when you look at Micah 5:2 and you look at Micah period overall, and you look at Isaiah, is that they both were prophesying in the times of Ahaz and King Hezekiah, right? And Jotham, right, which was their fathers. So Micah 5:2, I'm just going to read it real quick, and then I'm going to read down a little bit. So then I would like to
wait. So I want you to put that forth, because you said you want me to respond to that. right? Do you know
Yeah.
what my position? Do you know what my position is on that? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, no. So maybe I should ask you that. So what's your position on Micah 5:2?
I don't argue from the New Testament to the Old Testament. That's not what I do. I don't even like calling them testaments because the text doesn't even call themselves that, right?
Okay.
So my position in regards to the prophecies that you see there, these are later interpolations, a lot of them. Some of them are more original, some of them much later. And the dual application of them is based on a principle that was established during the intertestamental period, as you mentioned, the Persian period. And we have evidence of that being done through various writings that we have that transpire from the Persian captivity all the way into the Roman captivity, right? So in regards to that's concerned, I give you a good example of that so you can see what I'm talking about. Do you subscribe to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and that being about African Americans or something like that? Do you subscribe to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that that actually took place prior to African Americans coming on the transatlantic slave ships and coming over here to America?
Well, they were being scattered. I would say even prior to that, not just over here in America, but in other nations as well.
So Deuteronomy, which is written in the post-exilic period, right? When that was written in regards to devarim, meaning words, or the repeating of some of the statute laws and commandments, and then other parts of the narrative, like what happens to Moshe and so forth, which doesn't show up in the earlier portions of the Torah. When it talks about all of these things that's going to come upon them, are you telling me that this only applies to us and this has never happened?
Oh, no, not at all. I honestly, the way I look at it is those curses, they were happening in segments. They were happening in segments during certain time periods. So like,
so did they all happen at some point in history before the transatlantic slave trade took place?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. So if I say today, if I reference you one of those curses and I say it's happening today, would you call that error or no?
No, I wouldn't call it an error.
Okay, so if I say the scripture is fulfilled, that now we are getting lower and lower, and those around us are getting higher and higher. Would I be wrong in saying the scripture is fulfilled today? If you look in our communities as being the children of Israel, that's actually happening in our communities?
Absolutely not. You wouldn't be wrong.
So then I can utilize something that already applied at a particular point in history that is still perpetual and can still apply today.
Well, it depends. It depends. If you're talking about certain prophecies were meant for certain people in a specific time.
So can't take prophecies, do you see Deuteronomy 28 as a prophecy?
Yeah, absolutely. But the difference between Deuteronomy 28 and when we talk about the prophecies about that are used and connected to Yeshua is that Deuteronomy 28 we see is an ongoing prophecy that whenever this happens to Israel, whenever you turn away from the Most High, you're going to be subject to this. So that's a more of a conditional prophecy. When you break the commandments, you're going to be subject to this. So if we break the commandments, come back to the commandments, break the commandments again, guess what? We're going to be subject to those curses again.
So it will continuously apply. So I'm just trying to outline what's called the principle, right? So the principle is there are certain things that can have applications beyond it even being fulfilled.
Well, conditionally, yes. When it comes to conditionally, some things, yes.
Gotcha. So
not all things.
Okay, I got you, because I have about 60 of them that I would like to go over with you, even quotations within the Tanakh about things that occurred in prior events that's not even applicable. I don't know if you ever studied that. Did you know that there's places in the Tanakh where it quotes older parts of it and it's out of context? I'm gonna show that to you too, because if that occurs, then we got to throw it out and trash it. But I have about 15 of those examples that I would love to go over when we do our one-on-one. So I just want to know if you study that. If not, I may want to give it to you before we go online and have a dialogue, because you got to throw that part out as well. Will you be willing to do that if I show that to you in the Tanakh?
Show me, basically, so what you're saying is showing discrepancies.
Something that would be deemed as a discrepancy based on your method of scrutiny.
Well, you haven't clarified exactly my method of scrutiny, and neither have I.
So you want me to tell the people, show them all the things that you place here in your 4-part series of gospel or gospel? By the way, somebody actually used that title before as well when they did a series on this too. So I just want to make sure people are aware of that. You can actually Google it or search for it on YouTube and you'll find it. Did you get that idea from somebody, or you created that uniquely?
No, I created that myself. I didn't get that idea from anybody.
Okay, no problem. All right. So Micah, you're gonna use Micah what? Micah 5.
Yeah,
right?
we were gonna. Yeah, I was just gonna discuss Micah 5.
So go ahead and go Micah 5. And after we do that, we need to address what you have here: John 13, 18, Psalms 49 to 10, and 41 to 9. Are you willing to go into this after we address it?
Absolutely, bro.
Okay, because I got to show you something in here. And at another time, when we could do a 101, I have about 60 timestamps of things that you said that, and I'm looking at my paper right now, things that you said that I need you to really clarify. Like this one is not going to be, this is a really bad example. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. Right. And I'm going to show you why it's a bad. Yes, it is. I'm going to show you why.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yes. And it's about 8 books that's written by Jewish polemists that actually use this text as well, and they're incorrect. And a lot of the arguments actually that you place in there's actually 7 to 8 really good, what we call Jewish polemists that actually written dissertations on the same things that you brought out there. And there's counters to all of that. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. Okay.
Well, hey, there can be counters. Doesn't mean that they're true.
And
somebody can counter people.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, people could counter anything. We got people countering the law today, right? They got arguments. Does that mean their arguments are valid? No, it doesn't. So just because somebody counters something doesn't mean that it's valid.
And doesn't mean that somebody put something out first means that it's valid either. So it requires a degree of scrutiny in order to discern and establish what can be substantiated and what cannot, right? And then again, understanding what a literary device is and how it's used in different pieces of literature. Literary device is very important because that does not make something wrong if an allusion is made or a literary device is applied. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that as well. This is just literature. And it also applies to ancient Near Eastern cultures. I can show you that because there are things that we find in the actual text itself that takes from other cultures and establish it as its own. That happens in the Tanakh several times. One great example of it is in the book of Proverbs. And we can look at the teachings of Amenemope and we can find that there. Very word for word. And this cognates, as you can see, you can tell is word for word. So do we throw that out too? I mean, we don't throw that out, right? But it's misapplied because it's taken out of context of where it was originally found. And it's applied differently in the text. But it's a literary device. These things were used for a particular purpose. And for somebody to say it's false, that is completely unacademic. That word is not even used for the New Testament in academic circles. And we talk about people who don't care nothing about Jews, Christians, that just deal with it from an agnostic perspective. And I'm going to show it to you. There's a couple of books on that. Good ones, if you want to use some authors who are agnostics, would be Bart Ehrman. He's one of my favorites if you're going to do it in an agnostic. He's a recognized scholar in the field. If you already know about him, if you don't, I could run down his credentials. And he's wrote several books where he's demystifying the historical Yeshua as opposed to the literary Yeshua. The literature was written for a reason. And the literary techniques that were used was something that was common during 1st century CE Palestine. And when you read the Targums, you'll be able to see this. I have a good book on you can read about the Targums because then we got the Targums out. Targums were the things that were utilized to get the Israelites in the intertestamental period to better understand the Torah and the Tanakh because they were speaking Aramaic and not Hebrew.
No, absolutely. I understand that.
And then we don't have any autographs either to measure up. So autographs is important. No autographs exist today of the Tanakh. No autographs exist today of the so-called New Testament. They don't exist. So there are thousands of manuscripts, though, that are copies of copies of copies that still exist today of the New Testament and Old Testament, right? But they're not the autographs. However, a methodology is used to ascertain what is original and what is not, right? King. So what I'm saying is, so if you see a quotation of something and say this is false, like you did in your series, you are mistaken because there are variants that exist that support that. And I'm going to show it to you when we have our 101. I'm prepared for this. I've done this several times already, my brother. Maybe you haven't seen it. It's out there. If you just search for it on YouTube, I've done this several times already. And all I'm saying is I don't mind having a build, but when you're extra in the chat, my brother, it's unnecessary because then I have to take a different approach when we build. I'm still going to show respect, but I'm going to pour it on really thick because of what you were saying in the chat. I'm not running, ducking, or dodging nobody, my brother. Do you understand? In order for me to have a debate on you on this, if that's what you want, we can have a debate. Just be prepared. How many pieces of information and data that I will supply that's going to make this look really bad. And I'm doing it just from an objective perspective because I understand these things and I simply just want to give it to you before we have something like this. You don't have to say extra stuff in the chat for us to talk. I invited you to a Zoom session that you jumped on and allow you to talk. And you talked on there, you were talking about Paul and the law and all of this stuff and the misunderstanding. You was a heavy, staunch messianic. And then You left that about 4.5 months ago and you dive right into here. That's not enough time in order to deal with somebody who's been doing this for 14 years. As a Christian first, and then as a Messianic, dealing with Messianic Judaism, then dealing with none of that and just identifying as a Black Jew, because my family that I have, my extended family that I have in New York, are part of several schools of thought in the Black Jew community that rejects the New Testament, and then coming in as an Israelite, identifying with historical messianism, which is not taught today in Christianity, and being able to look back to establish my case by creating a profile before using it to identify anybody definitively. So I just want to make sure you understand that I'm not some of these One West camps. It's like, all right, this is this and this is that. My brother, it's not going to be that type of discussion.
That's exactly why I reached out to you in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Because the way you do it, my brother. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like you say, hey, Divine, can I give you a call? Right? It's not like you call the number that's coming up there to schedule an appointment and say, my brother, I just want to talk to you. I think the New Testament is false. I think we should have a great build on it. And then give you a couple of reasons why. Let me know what you think. This will be a great discussion. Let's talk about it. That's not what you did. You didn't do that.
My brother, I did email you. We did go, you did respond to my comment, and say that, this was an important topic, right? So I did reach out to you, and then I sent you emails, and they were ignored, or just I don't know if you didn't see them. I don't know if you didn't see them or not. All I could say is from this point of view, it felt like they were ignored, and then it was like, yo, we're diverting your attention elsewhere, right? I seen you jump on, talk about the Trinity doctrine with the other brother the other day. A few weeks ago, you were going off on some other dude who made statements.
My brother, I can teach whatever I want on this platform.
Hey, bro, I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you can't, but
I watch 20 something of your videos, right? So you have a platform as well. You can teach about this topic as much as you can, because you have in the last 4 months, right? So I can teach whatever I want. If I want to do with the Trinity one day,
I'm not telling you you can't. But when you make the statement like when you did with your Tanakh only, when we're gonna go over it the first time me and you, when we got on that week and we went over Zechariah 6, it was, oh yeah, we're gonna do a part 2, and then it was.
Did I give you a date for that? And then not follow through with me giving you my word that I'm gonna do it on a particular date.
Well, actually, that week. The following week, when you did your whole little one-on-one with, not your one-on-one, but your nation building, you did a nice little thing on nation building, and you went in on that. And I was like, I was there for that. And I typed in at the end, I said, yo, what's up? When can we look for part 2 with Tanakh? He said, yeah, probably next week.
Probably. So I was
looking for, okay, this is gonna happen soon. Looking for next week. It didn't happen. All right. Then following week. All right. Then just
be patient. It's okay.
Hey,
I'm gonna get to listen. I just want you to understand. I will get to it. I'm not going nowhere, my brother. I'm here all the time.
My brother, none of us know the days and what's prepared for the days. You feel me?
You say none of us. How can you speak for everybody?
Bro, I'm saying none of us know the days and what things pertain to a day. No one has tomorrow guaranteed. So all we can do is live day by day. We can make plans, but every day is up to the Most High to decide who goes in and out the day. But anyways, we're here where we are now, right? At the end of the day, we're here where we are now.
We're here where we are now. But what I'm saying is, my brother, is trust me, I will get to you. And when I get to you, my brother, I just hope you're prepared. And again, I don't want to come off strong, because I really want to build with you so I can find something that you're sharing that I can learn from and we can grow together. But I just didn't like your spirit the past couple of sessions, because, every time you leave a comment, it doesn't go nowhere. It's there and it can be seen. Right. And I heard through the grapevine that you mentioned my name somewhere else. Right. So I just want to make sure you know that I'm peeping game in my ears to the street. And I know what's going on. That's why I'm saying
it's not like I didn't know that was things were going to get back to you. All right. I wanted to get to this conversation.
So maybe I shouldn't even have it with you if you had to do that in order to have a conversation with me. You understand what I'm saying, my brother?
My brother, that's your choice. My brother, that's your choice. You know what I'm saying? But I feel this is important. You said this was important because we both said, hey, look, if our people are going to, if this could be leading our people astray and keep us in idolatry, it could be a problem for our people. You agreed and said, yeah, that's an important issue and topic to go over, right? So, I mean, I will push important things up to the forefront and put other things like things that have been discussed a long time, like the Trinity has been something that will continue to be debated for a long time. I mean, even this will, but I still think that this will be prioritized over the Trinity and other things. But hey, use your channel. You can teach whatever you want.
I'll say no, because more of our people believe that than what we're about to talk right now. And number two, I've dealt with this in several lectures in the past, my brother. I've done this already in the past. So maybe you're not watching the material first. Maybe that's what it is. And that's why you think that I'm holding or avoiding it. I've already done this before. So without further ado, what I'm going to do is give you a shot for us to talk right now, my brother, right? Because again, you have your platform. I even helped you promote your platform and told people on here to go subscribe to your channel. When we had bills in the past, when you came on here, I said, hey, tell the people what your channel is and gave you plugs and everything, right? And then again, allowed you on a Zoom session. When you came on there, you spoke and everything like that. Didn't tell nobody to cut you off. Don't listen to you. You did that. And we had several builds before you came to this point. So I'm trying my best to show you respect. I don't talk about you behind closed doors. I don't drag you. I don't troll you. I don't do any of that, my brother. I deal with you with integrity because I respect you as a brother, because you showed that you was I thought you was a person of integrity. So that's all. That's all I'm saying. I want to get that out the way first so I can get it off my chest so I can then deal with you more reasonably, because that bothered me and I just want to share it with you because you're here. That's all.
Well, hey, look, my brother, maybe I should have eased back a little bit and came a little bit more correct, but I'm glad at the fact that we can at least come together now. My apologies if that hurt your feelings.
It didn't hurt my feelings. It was just it was going to affect me allowing you on here for us to build. Not that my feelings is hurt, but if I see somebody integrity switching up, switching up. No, I got you. Just switching up, then that's concerning to me. And then the people who are watching this said not to let you on, right? And they're the ones watching this, and they said don't let you on. I said no, I'm good. If I see you like I did, I didn't cut you off. I said let me save you for last and let's talk. So now that that's out the way, my brother, and again, no hard feelings. I just want to share with you as a brother, right? I'm letting you know, okay, this is what I kind of discerned. We cleared it up. Now let's deal with Micah, and then once we're done with Micah, I want to address this right here, and then from here we can talk behind closed doors, meaning on the phone, and Absolutely. Then we can set a date and time if you want to do this. Make sure you bring this PowerPoint with you, because I have responses to every slide you had on here. And then I'm going to add maybe about 100 plus more of my slides to address these things that I already brought out in the past. If you take the time and watch the videos, you won't be blindsided, but you have to do the homework like I did on watching your videos. Okay. So Micah 5, and what verse you want to go? You want to do the whole
we might as well just read the whole chapter because it's not really long.
No problem, Gab.
So all right, I'll go ahead and start. I'm reading from the KJV. Normally I read from the Brenton Greek Septuagint, but just for the viewers so they can follow along.
So let me ask you a question before you start. So you prefer the Septuagint over the Masoretic text?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just because it predates the Masoretic by nearly 1,000 years. That's
not true. Have you read Manuel Tove's work? He even likes the Septuagint.
No, I haven't, but from what I read in the introduction of the Septuagint, it gives this time frame. So unless the introduction is incorrect, then that's something.
Go ahead. The Septuagint is, we don't have an extant form of it until about the 3rd, 4th century AD, right?
Are you talking about English, or are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Greek Septuagint. Can you find me a Septuagint from the 3rd century CE? When the letter Aristaeus was actually written, where they're given some semblance of what it is and how it came about. We don't have any from that time period, my brother. What you have today is mostly found in Christian books or Bibles, such as the Latin Vulgate, because it uses off the Septuagint and other early manuscripts or codices. So we don't have an extant one from the period of time that you're mentioning. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Well, then that would mean that what's written in the Septuagint is false. So that's something
I never said that. You keep using this word false. That's not used in academia, my brother. If the word is not false, it's being able to lock something in within its time frame. If you can find me or name one manuscript of the Septuagint that goes back to the 3rd century CE, then you can say that claim that you made, but it's not there, my brother. We don't have a full Septuagint from the 3rd century CE. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so all I can say is from what I read, reading the Septuagint, reading the introduction, and it gives you know, an outline of how far it goes back to, what are its origins. That's the date it gives, around 250, 300 BC, between 300 and 200 BC. That's what it says. So I'm just going off of that. You know what I'm saying? So from what I understand from that, it's coming around the, you know, after the Persian conquering King Alexander, everything that he did to have that put together, have it translated. So that's how I got to
that time. But I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to know, because, you know, most of us here, we go back to, if it's not the Masoretic text, because, you know, we also have most of the Aleppo Codex, and then we also can have the Geniza manuscripts that we can use and compare it with certain elements in the Dead Sea Scrolls, where we have actually full fragments of verses as opposed to other pieces that are actually destroyed. And then you also have the Nakish papyrus and stuff like that. So I just was curious, because I saw you do that all throughout your presentation, and I thought that was extremely unique. So I just wanted to inquire about that. That's all.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead, my brother. You reading from the King James?
Yeah, I'm gonna read from the King James.
Cool. And don't mind me. You know, this is the way I think. I just like to ask questions about things.
I know, brother. I know.
I know.
and that's the one thing I do like about you. And unfortunately, the brother earlier didn't get that, because you weren't really getting at him on his idea. You were just asking the right questions, and you were being real and upfront.
And you're a brother, and you're the same way. So that's why I think we get along. But go ahead, King. You can read it.
All right, absolutely. All right. So it says, "Now gather thyself in troops, O daughter of troops." Make sure I'm reading from. All right, make sure it's in the KJV. So now gather thyself in troops, O daughter of troops. He have laid siege against us. They shall smite the judge of Israel with a rod upon the cheek. But thou, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall come forth unto me, that is to be ruler in Israel, whose going forth have been from of old, from everlasting. Right now, most people think, okay, this is Yeshua. All right, because we know what it says in John 1:1, so they connect that with this and say this is who it's speaking about, right? But I want to continue.
Wait. How is this connected to John 1:1? Because even if you look at what's called the TSK, the Treasury of Scriptural Knowledge, or any kind of cross-referencing agent that you may use, it doesn't line this up with John 1:1. So that's that. I don't know who's saying that. Who says that to you?
A lot of people say that.
Okay, so they might not be studied then, because I mean, even in Christian academia, they don't even say that. But go ahead.
Okay, so most people associate this and with Yeshua, right? But I want to bring more. If you don't continue to read, you won't get clarity on exactly who this is. Once again, Micah was prophesying in the time of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. Right. Okay. Now Ahaz, in his time period, that's when the people were going into the captivity of the Assyrians during the time of Ahaz. Okay. Now, after Ahaz, we know that Isaiah, for those who Hezekiah, for those who have read 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles, you would know that Hezekiah is the one who delivered the people from the Assyrian captivity, okay, right, with the Most High on their side. So continuing to read, a lot of people don't read this. So it continues to say, therefore he will give them up until the time that she which travaileth has brought forth. Then the remnant of his brethren shall return unto the children of Israel. Maybe I should have asked you the question first. Do you feel Micah 5:2 is talking about Yeshua, this one who's going forth from old, from everlasting? Do you connect that with Yeshua?
Micah 5 has its application within the historical context that you mentioned. But okay, I think the problem is that you're limited to just that, as if literary devices don't have a play on things where they can parse out something like this and apply it elsewhere. Like, there's nothing that says not to do that in the whole entire Tanakh. When you do midrash, you even do that. And if you read any midrashic work, you would see that. This is something that's common, right? So it's just the way the literature is written because there's a particular purpose, right? And again, the important thing is the historical Yeshua, because that's what I'm going to talk to you about. Now, if you want to get into the literary one, we can deal with that. But I'm talking about the historical one. That's where you found your premise first, and then you build from there, right? So that's my position. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I understand that it was fulfilled there. Just like when I gave you the example for Deuteronomy chapter 28 as an example, I said that it can be fulfilled within a particular time and then be applied later on elsewhere. Whether it's conditional or whether it's something like this, it's a literary device. And that was very common in the intertestamental period before the New Testament even came on the scene. Matter of fact, it's even done in Mishraic work. It's done in the Talmud, and it's done amongst the Qumran community in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's just common. This is just what the teacher of righteousness amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, they apply prophecies to him.
See, and so see,
it's a style of writing, my brother.
Yeah, so for me, when you look at that, right, attaching prophecies, right, to certain people, that to me shows that maybe even them themselves didn't have a proper understanding of the prophecies, right?
But
like,
wait, but you do.
That's why it's important to read these in context and understand. So let me finish reading Micah 5 so people can understand what we're talking about as far as this having its historical context and being fulfilled, right? So continuing from verse 3, it says, therefore he will give them up until the time that she which travaileth has brought forth. Then the remnant of his brethren shall return unto the children of Israel, and he shall stand and feed in the strength of the Most High. In the majesty of the name of the Most High is power, and they shall abide. For now shall he be great unto the ends of the earth. Now verse 5 is key. It says, and this man shall be the peace when the Assyrian shall come into our land, and when he shall tread in our places, then shall we raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principal men. Right? So he's saying basically, when the Assyrians come, this person who is from verse 2, the one that comes from old, even from everlasting, this is what he's going to do. He's going to help defend us against the Assyrians. All right, continuing verse 6, and they shall waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod in the entrance thereof. Thus shall he deliver us from the Assyrian when he cometh into our land, and when he treadeth within our borders. Right now, we never seen this happen with Yeshua. So to me, this prophecy in trying to use Micah 5:2 to connect it with Yeshua, it doesn't make no sense, because this right here is connected to the person in Micah 5:2. So it couldn't have been Yeshua, right? Continuing verse 7, and the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people, as a dew from the Most High, as the showers upon the grass, that tarrieth not for men, nor waiteth for the sons of men. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles in the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who, if he go through, both tread down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. Then thine hand shall be lifted up upon thine adversaries, and all thine enemies shall be cut off. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Most High, saith the Most High, that I will cut off thy horses out of the midst of thee, and I will destroy thy chariots. And I will cut off the cities of thy land, and throw down all thy strongholds. I will cut off witchcraft out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. Thy graven images also will I cut off, and thy standing images out of the midst of thee. And thou shalt no more worship the works of thy hands, and I will pluck up thy groves out of the midst of thee. So will I destroy thy cities, and I will execute vengeance in anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard. So if you've seen my breakdowns, you already know I go through 2 Kings, 2 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles 32, 2 Kings 18 to show that Hezekiah, all this was fulfilled in the time of Hezekiah and by him. Right. So
who disagrees with that? You think I disagree with that?
I'm not saying you disagree, and that's one of the things.
Wait. So slow down, my brother. If you don't think I disagree with that, then why are we talking about this? If I agree
well,
with
that's why I asked you, because the part where I guess the part where we do disagree is that you're saying that this can be used for a later period, right? You're saying that this can be connected to you, or this can be connected to Yeshua somehow.
That's
right?
what I said, because it is a style of writing that was done in what's called the intertestamental periods, or through the closing of the last book of Malachi, all the way until we get to 1st century CE Palestine. There's plenty of works that existed from that time on that uses that same technique, and even the Tanakh uses it itself. That's all I'm trying to tell you, my brother. So
but then that can't be like, when you say a similar style technique, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, because you're saying it's a similar style or technique that was used, right? The scripture was very clear in everything that it was dealing with. It was on a event or issue, right? Conditional to the things that were going on. Once that's fulfilled, you can't just take that, right, and just slap it on somebody else and say, oh, it's just the style. I'm not that. To me, I don't see how.
So
because,
tell me who told you that can't be done when that's done in the Talmud? That's done amongst the Qumran community who produces Dead Sea Scrolls, and then we see it in other pieces of literature in the Greco-Roman period.
I mean, just because it's done doesn't mean that it's correct. And so that's how somebody can easily say this prophecy belongs to me because I did these things, even though it doesn't have anything to do with them. That's how people are fooled and bamboozled. And that's what's going, from what I see, that's what's going on today. We're seeing things that are taken that have nothing to do with a character, and then we're seeing literature applied to them.
Okay.
This is specific to, like I said, this is specific to the Assyrian deliverance, the Assyrian captivity and the Assyrian deliverance, King Hezekiah, who fulfilled that. So these people in this time period, right? Let's look at the Jews that were living in this time period when King Hezekiah helped deliver them from the Assyrians, right? You look at that time period, all those people are going to say, oh man, Micah prophesied this, right? Micah prophesied this, and it's come to pass. You think later on they're going to be using that same prophecy for somebody else? They're gonna be like, no, this wasn't about you.
When you understand the messianic expectation that transpired from the Persian captivity on, yes, because that's what was being done.
Yeah, I don't see that.
And I will show that to you when we have our discussion. I'll show it to you.
All right, so cool. Well, yeah, there's some things, but me personally, I would have to disagree with that, being that this is situational. From what I see, this is very situational. To take one section and apply it to somebody else takes that out of context and now just apply it. That's why so many people
doesn't take it out of context at all. And we'll read
it because it's the context. The context of that, what we just read, was specifically dealing with the Assyrian captivity. So if it's not dealing
part, my brother, nobody's denying that though.
Well, that's the whole entire thing is one piece. So if you just cherry pick something and take it out and put it somewhere else, that's the same thing that the Christians do with the New Testament and the Old Testament. They cherry pick what they want.
So then we'll do that when we deal with the Tanakh, because I have a couple of examples, but I just want to deal with the thing you put on the screen. So what I'm telling you is that this has been fulfilled. Yes, I don't disagree with that at all, right? However, I'm trying to show you a literary device that was used during the realm of a messianic anticipation. It's a period of time where they was anticipating a Messiah to come and redeem them out of captivity, because that never happened, but yet that was promised before they went into captivity. And if you're still under Persian captivity with restrictions, you're not being fully redeemed. That's problematic, right? And this is something scholars have acknowledged for hundreds of years and had various discussions on it, and I'll bring them up when we have our discussion, right? So I just want you to understand why you see it that way when you look at what's called the Brit Hadashah, why it's there, right? And I'm not saying that takes away anything from Micah 5:2, because the people who are saying this and who understood this, they understood that passage as well. It's just because things have developed during that period of time that maybe you haven't read a lot of that stuff to see how it got to that point where that style is being used. So you got to study the Targums. A lot of it comes for the Targums, and the Targums even be believed to be dated earlier than what we get what's called the Septuagint. That's the argument that's made for the Targums, because it's believed to go back to the time of Nehemiah and Ezra, And it goes back to in that time frame when they could not speak the Hebrew, so it was used liturgically, and only the priests and the elders knew it. So they had to give this sense to the people, and that started off what's called the Targums that we have today. So if you understand that entire anticipation of the Messiah that's to come, this is why they was re-examining these passages. And this is before Yeshua, before the New Testament, and applying it to certain things that was going on and in anticipation of a Messiah that was going to come and redeem them from their physical captivity. It was just a style that was used. It's nothing to get hung up on when you accept the fact that it had a historical fulfillment. And I'm just saying that to objectively maybe defend the New Testament, because somebody who's a staunch Christian may not be here to go back and forth with you. I have a few brothers who are Christians that would tear this up, but I'm going to play devil's advocate for now, because again, my position is dealing with the historical Yeshua and then building from there. That's the case that I make. And that's the case that I will show you when we have a future dialogue. So again, I understand your premise. Hey, you shouldn't take this part and apply it to this person because you lead people astray and it's deceitful, and therefore people are all confused. They don't know this was fulfilled. I got you, my brother. I understand that. All I'm telling you is that this style has been being used for a long time, and it's even used in the Tanakh itself. Okay, and I'm gonna show you the places where it's used in the Tanakh, and you got to throw it out. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Just throw it out once we're done. And I'll show you the Tanakh. Okay.
Well, there's something that you said that was very interesting. You said that they've been looking for a messianic figure, or this messianic figure, right, to come. The thing about it, well, we know the word Messiah means anointed one. So
of course it does.
In each time the Most High has prophesied a deliverance for his people, it was the anointed one. And this time, Hezekiah was that anointed one.
So
right?
So explain the prophecies we find in Isaiah 66 and 65. So here's my question. Do we stop looking for someone to rise up and deliver us from our captivity? Does that cease? Because there's scriptures that speak on that has not yet been fulfilled.
Yeah, see, now I definitely will say that there is going to be someone again who rises up, but what I'm saying is you don't take these other prophecies that apply to other anointed one or other messiahs that fulfill them and then apply them to a new messiah. You don't do that. When the Messiah fulfilled that
but who told you don't do that? Tell me where the prohibition in the Tanakh where it says not to do that.
There's no place in the Tanakh where it tells you to do that.
So therefore, it's open game.
Okay.
And that's why when you look at the intertestamental period, that's why they've been doing it, because it's open game. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, my brother. You understand?
No, and I get you. And see, that's for me where it relies on people really need to have discernment to see, does this really make sense or not? Does this method that you're talking about, does this method really make sense? No, actually, I really don't think it does. You don't take old prophecies and then just reapply them. And
that's a different opinion. That's all I'm going to say to that.
Yeah, it is. It is. And so people are really going to have to decide, read the scripture, do your studying. Do you think it makes sense to take prophecies that were fulfilled by other messiahs in their time, according to what was said, and then just take a portion of it, stick it on and apply it to somewhere else, to another messiah, and not only just stick one prophecy, but then we're going to take a whole list of prophecies and we're going to apply them all? That doesn't make any sense, bro. You know what I mean? And so
because it has not been broken down to you. So I'm going to explain to you the method of why that's done. I'm going to give you the explanation that was made and the case that was built off why that method is used and why that is applicable, because there's no prohibitions against it. Right. So again, I understand your position. I'm telling you mine. And what I will do is when we set up our date to have a discussion, I'm going to flesh all that out with you. And I'm not just going to give you my perspective on the text or the application. I'm going to give you external sources as well that doesn't care nothing about a Jew or Christian or anything like that, to give you an explanation of what was going on during the development of the text. Just like Devarim was not written during the time of Moshe. You're aware of that, right?
Say it one more time. Who?
Book of Devarim, which is the book of Deuteronomy.
Oh, yeah. I'm absolutely.
During the time of Moshe.
Absolutely.
But yet it's attributed to Moshe.
Yes, I understand that.
So then that's wrong, because it's been said in the Psalms where they contribute those things to Moshe, and that's not true. Do you understand?
No, yeah. No, I trust me.
That's also important because when we don't have autographs, it also creates a difficulty, because when you examine this, Are there any breaks in the prose of this context? Because if so, we may have gotten maybe this prophecy early, and then maybe later on we saw a fulfillment, and then they put it together. You know, this Micah has been redacted, right? And I'm gonna show you the redaction points and how you identify them, right? So this is what I'm simply trying to tell you, my brother, is when you study the text as a whole and you understand how it's put together, you understand why that particular style that I just explained to you was being utilized, my brother. Do you think Micah was completed by the time the Persian captivity was here?
That specific, are we talking about that specific?
No, the book of Micah that we have today, because you're referencing the Septuagint, which goes back to a Hebrew traditional manuscript. And I'm just asking you that because
the entire book of Micah was prophesied and completed.
Yeah, I'm saying, was it completed, the writing of it and the distribution? Do you believe it was
no.
contemporary? Okay, so it could have been later on after they saw the events fulfilled, and then they just put the two together based on a prophecy and a fulfillment, and then they put it right back into one, book.
Well, we do have a record, definitely, of things that were being written down and kept during that time period. So it's very possible that there were writings that existed. So from them, and those were collected to put together the books.
Yeah. So what I'm just saying to you, my brother, is people are not just doing anything willy-nilly, especially if they're very pious. They're not just going to say, let me pull this and use this, and me pull that. It's a tradition of these things. And when you go back and see the redactions, you understand this is a gap in time between the time when this was fully compiled to the time that people started using that technique that I told you about. That's why it's compiled the way you see it now. But I'm going to show it to you and let the experts speak, because me and you are not an expert in this field, right? We're just reading the scriptures from being led and being chosen or whatever. But I'm going to show you the discussions around these things so you can understand why that technique was being used, and why I'm telling you there's reason why there's no prohibitions is because the people who are using it like that did not have what we see completed today. That's why they used it like that. That's what I'm saying, my brother. Matter of fact, we don't even have a full extent Tanakh from 1st century CE. We don't. We have different manuscripts that float around, fragments of manuscripts that float around. And then we have different streams of them. Do you know that there are actually some textual variants between what we find in Dead Sea Scrolls, the Septuagint, and what we find in Masoretic text? And there's pre-M or pre-Masoretic text that's found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, and there's variants between them. How do we know which one is real and which one is not? And some of them are even in the prophecies.
No,
all of that out to you, my brother.
Absolutely. Look, bro, I got I read also the Pentateuch, the Samaritan. So I'm reading, I'm looking and cross-referencing, and I'm doing as much due diligence to know the scriptures as I can. You know what I'm saying? And so for me, just coming across this, and I think, to me, this is where the greatest dilemma is to what you brought out, is that there's nothing prohibiting the taking of certain scriptures and applying it elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? The only thing really that prohibits that is really what we see in Deuteronomy 18, where the Most High says, if a prophet speaks something, how you going to know if it's true or not? If it doesn't come to pass, then this is a false prophet and you shall stone him. That's pretty much the closest we get to that, right?
And that's why some of the prophets were stoned in the book called The Lives of the Prophets. So I'm gonna bring that out to you too, so you can see that, because there's prophecies that we see in the Tanakh that's not fulfilled yet. So what do we do with those people? Do we go and just spit on their grave, or do we say, let me sit and wait to see if this still comes to pass? How does that work? What's the time limit?
Well, that's the thing, is most prophecies, for instance, like going over Isaiah, the Most High gave a time limit with Ahaz. He said, within this specific time period.
That's that. So what about Isaiah 66? Has that all been fulfilled?
That's what I'm actually studying and looking at right now, because what I see in Isaiah 66, there is a talk about swine's flesh, you know what I mean? And we do know that during the time of the Maccabees, that there was swine's flesh being put on the altar, right?
Wait. So then everything had to be fulfilled during that time then?
Well,
you're saying, right? So let me pull up. If you talk, my brother, go ahead.
All right. Well, yeah. So when we're looking at certain prophecies, for instance, we do see that there's times when the Most High says something's an end time prophecy. Like if you read the first 2 books of Isaiah, right? If you read the first second chapter of Isaiah, you'll see the Most High give an end time prophecy, right? Gotcha. So he does give time frames to let people know. So the one thing that you have to consider is if the Most High used Isaiah to give a prophecy, let's just say like he gave the one with Ahaz, and that comes to pass. Now the Most High, what he's done is he's validated Ahaz in the sight of the people. So when Ahaz continues to prophesy about other things, guess what's going to happen? They're going to take Ahaz's prophecies a lot more serious. I'm sorry, not Ahaz, Isaiah's prophecies. They're going to take Isaiah's prophecies a lot more serious because they know that Isaiah's come, he's prophesied by the Most High, and we've seen his word come to pass.
All right,
so
I got you. So whenever he prophesies, then we can take his word for it. So Yeshua prophesied the destruction of the temple that happened in 70 CE after he died. He prophesied that. So if he prophesied that and it came to pass, then are people to just say, oh no, he's lying? Nah, there was several things he said that came to pass. Several things. So I hear what you're saying about Isaiah, but then we got to test Isaiah by the same way that you're testing Yeshua. Here's an example. In Isaiah 66, we see something very interesting here, right? It says, behold, Yod-Heh-Wav will come in fire, and his chariots like the whirlwind to render his anger and fury and his rebuke with flames of fire. Did that happen? Or are we still anticipating that?
We have, especially according to how it's titled, we haven't seen that happen because it's. Okay. I mean, it literally says the final.
Wait. Okay, so forget that. Let me read this part for you. Okay.
Yeah.
For behold, the Lord or Yahweh will come in fire, and his chariots like the whirlwind to remember his anger and fury and his rebuke with flames of fire. All I'm asking you is, my brother, did that happen? Yes or no?
This is one of the reasons why I said I'm still studying this and still looking at it, because I want to do some deeper research on this myself as well, because when the Most High comes, it's not necessarily saying the Most High literally is going to come. And the reason why I say that is because when we talked about this king of Assyria, we talked about the Assyrian takeover, the Most High said he was going to overthrow the groves, but then we see we see Hezekiah in them tear down the groves, and Israel tear down the groves. So certain things can be done using people. So the Most High works through Israel.
Wait. But there's a reason for that. Bring that scripture up that you just said. I want to show you something. And then after that, since you're not sure about Isaiah 66, that means it didn't happen. Because if this has happened, and if we read the rest, we would know all this stuff, right? You would tell me that we're in the new heavens and new earth, right? That the offspring and your name shall remain given to those people during that time. New moon to moon, Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come worship before me, declares Yod-Heh-Wav. I'm not seeing that happening.
I'm not seeing that. I'm not. Yeah, no, absolutely. After reading furthermore, getting more of the context, I can't say that's happened either.
Okay, so give me the scripture that you just referenced.
I think it's in. Let me see. It's in 2 Corinthians. Yeah, give me a sec, real quick. Pull this up. Second,
and after that, I'm going to hurry up with the last 9 minutes we have and go over the other point that I want to make in your John chapter 13 in Psalms 40 and 41.
Yeah, you can go to
where's it at?
Let me see. Let me make sure this is the right one.
Okay. I got a great example of you. Me and my brother Aishu Cole was talking about this earlier today. He brought up a scripture for me in Amos, and I want to show you something that's important to understand. Matter of fact, while you get that, I want to show the audience something while you get
it's in 2 Kings chapter 18.
Okay, let's get it. And 2 Kings chapter 18, what verse?
It's in starting from verse 1, reading through verse 4.
No, we're gonna go to the one where you said Yod-Heh-Wav and Yahweh said he was gonna do something. What verse is that?
Oh, where he said he was gonna. Oh, that's Micah 5. That's Micah 5.
Micah 5 and what verse? Let's go back to it. Micah 5.
That's verse starting at verse 10. Right. Verse 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
All right, so go ahead and read it.
Okay. So it says, and it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Most High, that I will cut off thy horses out of the midst of thee, and I will destroy thy chariots, and I will cut off the cities of thy land, and throw down all thy strongholds. And I will cut off witchcraft out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. Thy graven images also will I cut off, and thy standing images out of the midst of thee, and thou shalt no more worship the works of thy hands.
All right. And then you're saying that the Most High did not directly do this, but it was done by who?
Hezekiah.
All right. So let me show you something very interesting in the Hebrew, right? There's something called the Hefil stem. Are you familiar with the Hefil stem?
No, not that.
Okay.
Not that
So the Hefil stem is what's called the causative, meaning that when a subject or a nominative says that they're going to do something in the causative stem, they're not the direct agent for it. They're causing the situation to happen, which means it can be done through another agent. It can be done through some other way that they've influenced or encouraged something to take place. So when we see Micah chapter 5, verse 10, it says, Wehaya bayom hahu de'um Yahweh wehikrati. So that's in the Hefil conjunctive perfect. Hefil means the causative stem. He's going to cause this to happen. So he's not, in the English, it seems like he's saying, I'm going to do it. But in the Hebrew, when they read it, they say, oh, okay, he's causing it to happen. That's why it happened through Hezekiah. He was the agent to allow these things to come to pass. That's mostly how the Most High works. Let me give you another great example that was shared.
Hold on. Can I ask you real quick? Does that apply also for Isaiah 66, 65, 66? Does that apply?
That's a causative too? Well, I'll take a look at it and see. Good question. But again, you can go to any of these Bible software online, and you can look at it for yourself to see if what I'm saying is true, right? Because I want you to fact check what I said.
Yeah. What was that? You said a Bible what? So I'll put it
any Bible site that you can go to, like BibleHub.com or BlueLetterBible.org. You want to go to these sites so you can confirm what I'm saying is right about, yes, it's in the Hefil stem, and go back and look in any biblical Hebrew grammar book. And if you want, I can send some to you. And you can see, just to confirm what the Hefil stem is, to make sure I'm not just making that up, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
No problem. So you said Isaiah 66, and we were talking about verse 15, right? And you want to know if that is in the causative as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it says Ki Hine Yahweh Ba'etz Yabo Wekasupa. So far saying that he will come and he will do it. So it's in a cow perfect, the coming to do something like a whirlwind, and his chariots to render. Now that word for render, lehasib, is in the Hefil. To render fury, but his coming with whirlwind and with his chariots, he's doing that action. That's in a cow stem. So I haven't seen Yahweh come with a whirlwind of fire and chariots anywhere to render or cause to render his fury. He's using these two elements for his fury to be rendered. It's not like he's doing it physically like he's a person, but he's using some elements in order to cause these things to happen. I just haven't seen these things yet. Now, if we say that, oh, this is hyperbole, it's figurative, it's symbolic language, now that becomes very problematic, because then what is the interpreted lens that we use for the rest of the text? How can it be fulfilled if everything there is figurative?
Would you connect that to the time, I believe it was, I think it was Elijah was with the servant, and remember he prayed that the Most High would open the eyes. Was that Elisha or Elijah?
No. So what you're talking about happened before this incident.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So you're saying, so what you asking, was that the fulfillment of maybe what this is?
No. What I'm asking is just like, would you see that something as similar to where, because they said, oh, there's chariots of fire all around, but the servant couldn't see it.
Yeah, that was a vision, though. It wasn't something physical, because if so, then the servant would have saw it, but it wasn't.
Well, he did after Elijah prayed for him. Elijah prayed for him. Told him, yes.
Physical chariots, but they weren't fire. They didn't have fire with them.
I think it does say there were chariots of fire around.
Okay, so bring it up real quick to make sure, so we can fact check each other, and then from there, I really just want to jump into the next one. And again, we can come back and build on this. But just know, my brother, I love these discussions. I don't run from them, right? And the way my show is set up, it's not always going to be predicted. That's why it's called Freestyle Friday, right? So that's just the nature of it, right? But if we discuss something and we plan it, that's different. Okay.
Yeah. So
all right. So grab that. You're talking about Elijah seeing the chariots of fire. You said, right?
Yeah. Let me trying to pull it up now.
And then I'm gonna go to your video, and I just want to discuss that real briefly, and then we'll end off on that, because we're coming on 4 hours, and people complain about videos being too long already. but the
Yeah,
conversations is good. I mean, you know, I could do this for hours, you know what I'm saying? But
all right, it's 2 Kings chapter 6, verse let me see. Let me go to the whole chapter so I can.
Yep. And just read that. Read the conversation part with the servant. It doesn't have to be the whole chapter.
Okay. All right. I'll start at verse 13. It says, and he said, go and spy where he is, that I may send and fetch him. And it was told him, saying, behold, he is in Dothan. He is in Dothan. Therefore sent he thither horses and chariots and a great host, and they came by night and compassed the city about. And when the servant of the man of God, or the man of the Most High, was risen early and gone forth, behold, an host compassed the city both with horses and chariots. And his servant said unto him, alas, my master, how shall we do? And he said, fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them. And Elisha prayed and said, the Most High, I pray thee, open his eyes, that he may see. And the Most High opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha. All right.
Now, so what we're talking about is a vision. That's not physical chariots with fire. Are you saying that that's what is implied in Isaiah 66? That is something that is not physical, but something that you see in a vision? Because you know those chariots with fire were protection.
Well, they were spiritual. They were. I would say spiritual, which is I'm guessing that's a term others would use as well. That's what he saw in the spiritual realm. He saw chariots of fire, and it was protection.
Yes. So you're saying Isaiah 66 is also speaking with the same language. Is that what you're saying? And that wasn't a literal prophecy for something that's going to come to pass and fulfillment of the consummation of time, because you have a new heavens and new earth. We're still in the old heavens and old earth, unless you're saying that changed too, and we are in new heavens and new earth. You just got to show that. I wouldn't happen. Okay, so let's go to let's go to John 13. Let me end off on this only because it's late. I don't mean to rush you off, my brother. I apologize. Again, I'm glad that we were able to settle our differences, because I look forward to having a bill with you, right? Because you are extremely eager to know the truth, and I cannot hate or be mad at anybody like that, even if it causes you to be overzealous sometimes, right? But me, as your big brother, and I'm gonna say as a big brother because I'm much older than you, my objective is just to tell you, my brother, just be a little bit patient, right? Don't put the cart before the horse sometimes. Just take your time, and people who see your spirit and understand you will walk with you, walk by your side, and that's what I want to do, right? You're my brother at the end of the day. I didn't yell at you, curse you, scream you out, call you names. I told you what the difference I had. We settled it. Now we can have builds. But if brothers are not able to get things off their chest before they talk, then that stuff finds its way in the dialogue. It turns into debate, and it goes somewhere left where it doesn't need to go, right?
No, 100.
So that's why I just wanted to lay that out. So John 13, verse 18, and Psalms 49 to 10 and 41 and 9, right? So you're saying that the author who's writing John and quoting Yeshua has used something out of context. That was your premise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that premise of what it is, let me fast forward it. Let me get your slide that you have up, is I speak not of you all. I know whom I've chosen, but that scripture may be fulfilled. He that eateth bread with me hath lifted up his heel against me. And you're saying that that's misapplied, correct?
Yeah, this is not speaking about this where they got it from, which was this Psalms is not speaking about Yeshua.
That wasn't speaking about Yeshua. Yeshua wasn't saying that in reference to him either. So let's read Psalm 49 to 10. They denounce a wicked word against me, saying, now that he lies, shall he not rise up again? For even the man of my peace, in whom I trusted, who ate my bread, lifted up his heel against me. Let's go forward, because you go into the other scripture. Yea, mine own familiar friend, in whom I trusted, which did eat of my bread, have lifted up his heel against me. Now, you said that this is fulfilled with Absalom. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. So was Absalom called his familiar friend in the Hebrew?
Well, the thing is, it's not. Let's go to the Hebrew. Actually, if you can pull that up, let's go to the Hebrew, because what you're going to see is that it's not even the word for familiar friend is not even what's used in the Hebrew.
Nope, it's not. That's why I asked you that question. I'm thoroughly familiar with it. Trust me, I studied it out here. But I'm asking you a question because I want to show you something that's called an idiom. And I'm going to show you that this idiom is not limited to one person using it. It's something that was culturally used based on a situation. And I'm going to show you uses of it outside the Tanakh and outside the New Testament. That's important because all Yeshua did there was use an idiom, which is a cultural expression that was common during that period of time that we just find encapsulated in the book of Psalms.
Well, see, the thing about it is he says that the Psalms were written. There's certain things in the Psalms were written about him.
No. Let's use John 13 in its context, my brother. You're going somewhere else.
No, I'm not. Because what I'm saying is he says that there were certain things written in the Psalms that were pertaining to him. Now he uses this Psalm as an example as to what is pertaining to him.
So now when he's making this reference, let's go back to it real quick. When he's making this reference, who is he talking about?
Well, he's talking about Judas from the scripture.
Wait. So he's talking about Judas. So how can it be a fulfillment of him when he's using this to reference Judas? It's because it's an idiom. So give me an example of an idiom that you use commonly. Any idiom.
To be honest, I don't know. You probably have to give me a good example because I don't use.
It's like, oh man, I blinked out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So kick the bucket means what?
Kick the bucket means someone croaked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Punch above your weight means what?
Sorry, say it one more time.
So punch above your weight means what?
To punch above your weight?
Yes.
I haven't heard that one.
That means to go above and beyond what you are typically incapable of doing. That you go above. So let's say I have a limitation because I'm handicapped and I shouldn't be actually playing basketball, but I find a way to rig my thing and I'm playing basketball. Like that's punching above my weight. I'm doing something that's over and beyond what I'm actually should be incapable of doing, right? So I say that to say, when you read the Tanakh, there are several things in there that is a conglomeration of cultural expressions that are then used. This one that we're looking at right here just so happened to be used by the psalmist in reference to something that was happening in his life, but it was not limited to the psalmist. It is a Semitic cultural expression, and it means something. It's almost like saying, that dude stabbed me in the back. Now, nobody literally put a knife in your back, but what does that mean when I say that dude stabbed me in the back? What does that mean?
Well, I think, well, yeah, we know what that means. That means someone went behind you.
What does that mean? So if I said
someone stabbed you in the back, that means someone crossed, I'm about to use another idiom, but it's somebody crossed you over or somebody did you dirty.
Did you dirty, right? Yeah. That doesn't mean you literally stabbing my back, but that is a cultural expression. It did not begin with the psalmist. The psalmist used that because of what he was experiencing at the time. So if somebody else uses the same cultural expression or idiom, how can that be misapplied?
Well, look at what it says here when you actually read the verse. It says, I speak not of you all. I know whom I have chosen, but that the scripture may be fulfilled.
Okay.
That the scripture may be fulfilled implies that he is coming to fulfill that part of scripture. This incident happened to fulfill this part of the scripture.
It's fulfilling something that is a axiom, a timeless truth. And that is, he that eateth bread with me have lifted up his heel against me. If you ask any scholar, is this an idiom that he's referencing? They will tell you yes. The moment that it's an idiom, now I'm not talking about something that's prophetic unction, that's something that is clearly prophetic and not an idiom. But the Psalms are not the type of literary work that we find elsewhere in the text, because tons of cultural expressions are used in there to express something that the psalmist is currently experiencing. So much so that we find some of these in the Ugaritic tablets, which I'm going to show you as well, because there's some things that we find in the Psalms where the Ugaritic tablets is much older, and we find it directly in the Psalms. How is that the case? What's going on? Oh, the Psalms must be plagiarizing. I'm gonna show you that, my brother, and you gotta confess. Yo, the Psalms is plagiarizing, yo. We got to throw this out. Let's find another book we could deal with. Maybe Proverbs. Oh, you know what? The teachers of mental map, that's there as well. We got to throw Proverbs out. I'm going to show you how many things you're going to have to throw out if we use that same principle. You're gonna have nothing left, my
hey,
brother.
my
Because
brother.
of the way things work.
Seeking truth. You know what I mean? Overall, that's my mindset is to seek truth. So when I'm excited for these conversations. To be honest, bro, I'm excited to sit down and break these things down and to to get this information. So
you present something that provokes insight, and it provokes people to critically examine their current paradigm to see if it's compatible with the will of the Most High. I applaud that, right? I do the same thing. And my subscription to Yeshua as a historical person and the teachings in which he brought in order to bring Israel back together is founded historically. Now, if we go into the literature and certain things that we find, that's a different ballgame. That's why if you hear me say that my subscription is to the book of Matthew, primary, and book of Matthew that we have today in the Greek is not what was floating around during that time. It had maybe about 225 less back to, according to Stichometry. I always mess this guy's name up. But he also mentions that the book of Matthew that was walking around with the Nazarenes and Ebionites had 225 lines less than when we find in the Greek version of Matthew, where Jerome says we don't know who translated that. And if you look to see where a lot of these things were at, was in certain prophecies that they didn't subscribe to, as far as who's called the Jewish Christians. Certain prophecies they didn't subscribe to, but certain prophecies that the Gentile converts coming into Messianism, that they say, yeah, this applies to that. And you know how we know that? By looking at patristic sources. The patristic sources quotes a lot of these things, and they use it as their argumentation and says that, yes, this is what this is, and this is what that is. You have to look to see where these things come from.
Okay,
so I'm going to lay down my position. Here's an example. I did a lecture called Baptized in the Tradition of the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. It's a 4-hour and 15+ minute lecture. If you take your time and watch that lecture, I break down a lot of information on the reconstruction of what we call the Aramaic version of the book of Matthew. There's tons of things out there that's there that you can use it, and I was actually working on that. I'm only about 8% done on it, right? Because it's a very tremendous work to do. But if you see that, my brother, it is wholeheartedly in harmony with everything we read during the intertestamental period and also what we read in the Tanakh. And I have a couple of books for you so you can see what I'm talking about, especially something like this, where this is an idiom. David used a cultural expression based on a situation he was encountering. David didn't say, this is prophecy fulfilled. He didn't say that. When we go into the narrative outside of the Psalms, again, the Psalms is different than the narrative. Prose and poetry is two different things. Poetry, we get a lot of that in the Psalms. Prose is the we read where we talking about Absalom. And remember, he didn't specify who that person was in the Psalms. So it's up to us. The onus is on us now. Not like it's like we read in Micah. Micah gets more specific.
Yeah.
David
you have to do more research. You have to do more research with this one. And when you do it, and I've done more research, I've dipped into the Hebrew and looked that up, right? What do we know the name? Let's break down the name Absalom, right? What does the name Absalom mean, right? My father's peace, right? So if the name Absalom means my father's peace, and when you break down the Hebrew and you actually look into what's written there, you're gonna see when he says the man of my peace. Yes, the man of my peace, right? So who was the man of his peace, right? The man of his peace, and that word for man literally also has been translated into man child. So it could be the man child of my peace, which would have resulted, or which would have been speaking about his direct son, who was named father's peace.
Did David have more than one son that was troublesome to you?
Wait, so you mean troublesome to him?
Yeah.
I know another one of his. No, I want to say no.
That's okay. Listen, I ask you to say definitively. These are just thought-provoking questions, right? So I say it to say what we see in Psalm is not a limited thing. Like it's not a prophecy about something, right? What we just read in Psalms is not a prophecy. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
Absolutely. I would say it's him speaking about the experiences that that was happening during his life.
See, my brother, or is this him
No.
reflecting about his life? Okay,
it's him reflecting about his life. Absolutely.
So if it's not a prophecy, then we cannot compare it to something like Micah 5, which is a direct prophecy. Correct? Would you agree?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. So when we break down the Psalms and he's using an idiom, that's all Yeshua did. He used the idiom and saying it's fulfilled because he's also been backstabbed. Just like David is talking about being backstabbed. That's what that cultural expression is, being backstabbed. I'm just using it in colloquial speech, being backstabbed. And David has his reasoning for it, and Yeshua says it's based on Judas. The scriptures fulfill that the man of my peace, or the one that he eats bread with, lifts his heel up against him. Just like when we read Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, that's an idiom all throughout there, several idioms in here. About the heel, step on a serpent. By the way, that has nothing to do with Jesus, but that's neither here nor there directly. But nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make is this is simply an idiom. And there's several places where you made this argument, which is made by, you know what? I'm going to give you the book that I read, several books that I read, where Jewish parliaments go through everything you just said. I mean, word for word verbatim of the arguments. Word for word verbatim, meaning that it was here before you got here, right? And this is stuff that they've been arguing in that community against Christianity. It started since what we call the apostolic fathers, which is the second generation of apostles who were going back and forth with Jews. One great example of that is discussion with Trypho, the Jew. Excellent work. If you read that, you'll see the dynamics of an apologist and a palimpsest arguing these very specific points that we're talking about right now. That's how far back it goes. So,
okay. So let me ask you,
King.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, so he's using these idioms, right? So he's just using idiom. I mean, if that's the case, then how many of these messianic things could we say he's just using as idioms? Because what we see in the New Testament is that these are used to validate him as the Messiah. So if he's just using them as idioms, how does that bring any validation to him even being the Messiah?
Because he's using that to show forth that these things that are said here are being fulfilled also in his life, that he's also being betrayed. And I'm gonna tell you something.
But that's turning these into messianic prophecies, which
not necessarily.
From when you, well, I mean, yeah, it kind of is because I mean, this
Messiah, was David a Messiah? Yes or no?
Yeah, David was a Messiah, but he's the one who literally said this, though, right? He's the one who is being quoted from. It's not like Yeshua was making up his own quotes. He's quoting from David, and he's using that as something to validate him. He's using this.
Hold on, let me show you where the Tanakh does the same thing. Let me give you this, and I'm gonna leave off, because what I'm saying is the Tanakh does the same thing. The Tanakh does the same thing. So what do we do with the Tanakh that does the same thing?
My brother,
let me give you an example of that. Hold on.
That's a great question.
Okay,
that's a great question.
Brother, hold on 1 second. My brother Ice You Code, he's in the chat. Drop the verse that we went over earlier today, because I don't remember it off the top of my head exactly where it's, but it's in Amos, and I'm gonna find it for you, and I'm gonna break it down, and I'm gonna show you something very interesting. Okay, my brother.
All right.
Because then we have to figure this thing out. Because if there's a reference that the Tanakh uses about something that happened in the past, and they're using that as an example of a fulfillment that's coming forth, is that invalid, or is that okay? Is it okay? Is it not okay? Amos 4:11, he gave it to me. Is it okay or not okay? Can the Tanakh reference things that occur in the past and then use a more fulfillment of it in a current prophecy?
Let's see what we're dealing with. Right.
All right. Let's go to Amos chapter 4, verse 11. And then after this, I'll let you say your final piece, my brother. You have about a minute. I'll do a minute and we'll close off, okay? Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay,
cool. All right, go ahead.
Did you bring it up? Or did you want me to get it? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, bro. You know it's getting late over here.
Oh, yeah. So I want to show you something that's interesting. All right, in regards to the overthrowing of Sodom.
Amos 4:11, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, let me pull it up real quick. All right. I have overthrown some of you as the Most High overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah.
Wait. You reading what version is that you reading that says the Most High?
No, I just threw that in there. Or your power. The power. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just want you to be specific here. This is important. Okay. So read it again, my brother.
I'll just read it in English real quick. I have overthrown some of you as God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah, and you were as a firebrand plucked out of the burning. Yet have you not returned unto me, saith the Most High.
Okay, so who's saying this? Who's this? Who's saying this? Who's this quoting?
This would be you. Wait, are you asking for the original quote, or are you asking what?
Who said this quote according to the same verse we just read?
I'm not 100% sure.
As the quote is laid out, it says, declares Yod-Heh-Wafe. He says, I overthrew some of you as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah.
Oh, okay, so okay, I see.
You were as a brand plucked out of the burning, yet you did not return to me, declares the Lord. So now we have a situation where the Lord is the one saying, I overthrew you as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. But wait a second, God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. We know how that happened historically, but that's not what happened here. But yet he's using the same thing as a comparison to what happened to Israel being burnt, and him taking a branch out of the fire, like when Lot was and his family was taken out of Sodom and Gomorrah before they were burned and destroyed. He's making a comparison to the same thing, but yet he's saying God did that.
Now, there's a huge difference between this and what we just read in John.
You're gonna say, because I already know what you're gonna say. What you gonna say?
It's. I mean, the difference is there, right? Number one, he tells you, you know, I have overthrown you, some of you, as. So he's already saying so he's already saying like. He's not saying I fulfilled the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Oh, no. Keep reading. As when what?
See, that word as means like.
My brother,
as. So similar. It's showing similar. I have overthrown some of you as God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah.
So God overthrowing Sodom and Gomorrah, right? Who is that did that? Who overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah?
The Most High overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah.
So the Most High, where it says declares the Lord. That you talking about that Most High? Because he said God did it. He didn't say he did it. He said, I overthrew some of you as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, so he's showing you can see that he's showing it there, whatever's going on here is like what was going on there. He's not saying he fulfilled the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah in what he did. He's not saying that. There's a difference saying I fulfilled this. This happened. There's a difference between saying this happened so that this was fulfilled, right? If he had said I overthrew you to fulfill Sodom and Gomorrah, that would have been more like John, but he doesn't say that.
He said it that way because Sodom and Gomorrah incident came before this actually occurred. But he's using this as an example of how he's overthrowing them. But that's not what's going on here. I'm trying to explain to you, show you that these are literary devices that are being used. This is what I'm saying.
There's a difference between saying as and like or to fulfill something, right? What we see in John was
wait. So here you go. What's the word fulfillment?
Well, to complete, to bring to completion.
What does the word fulfill mean, my brother? Look it up. You reference in John chapter 13. Go into the Greek and just look at the word and just see what it means. Because this is the same thing that Messianic Israelites have an issue with Christians when it comes to Matthew chapter 5. Right? It's that word fulfills what throw people's off. Right? That's important. And I just what I just want you to do, my brother, I understand you have an issue with the New Testament, right? And then all these other theories you have behind the New Testament. That's fine, my brother. I'm just saying for a moment, just put that aside just for a moment, right? And just look at it within its context when he's saying that the scripture is to be fulfilled. Right? What does that because that's also another idiom. What does that mean when somebody says the scripture is being fulfilled and then he says, you know, the one that I broke bread with is the one that's raising his heel against me, right? He's not usurping its original usage. He's not saying that. He's applying it to himself based on his circumstances. Because, like I said again, there were complementary writings and oral traditions that existed where things were said, and it's not just limited to what we read in the Septuagint or what we read in the Masoretic text. It's elsewhere in what's called Jewish literature. It's elsewhere. And I'm just trying to explain to you the compilation of the text itself and the various variants that existed, because there's no autographs, that what he was doing was not something that was sacrilegious. It was something that was common during that time period. That's all.
All right. So you're saying that all he was saying is, for instance, so you're basically, what you're saying is that he was saying, he says, I speak not of you all. I know whom I have chosen, like or as the scripture was that was fulfilled. That's basically what you're saying, right?
So I'm gonna demonstrate that the next. No, wait. Okay. My brother. That's why I said I've been through this thoroughly, and I'm gonna show you some stuff, my brother. So just as I said, just take your time, be patient. We're gonna have our time to build, and I'm gonna show you some stuff, and you're gonna be like, oh, well, damn! If I would have known it like that, I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna use your presentation initially to explain that and break it down. And we're gonna go from there, right? And then everything that I explain or show you, I'll give you a source for it, so you can fact check whatever I'm saying and make sure that I'm not just speaking my own opinion, but I'm actually showing that it's founded in something that occurred. It's founded in some other text. It's found in some oral traditions, and it's also founded in the compilation and redaction of the Tanakh. I'm gonna show it to you. All right. So let's hold off for our next discussion. I want to say that what you did in this presentation is a very valiant effort to wake people up and to test their understanding of what they say they believe. That is exactly what we promote over here, to get rid of the presuppositional dogma and be able to think for yourself and look at things within its context, because Christians take things out of context a lot. Not all of them, but most of them do, right? And what you want to do is be able to protect our people from that same deceit. And that's why you're on the mission to showcase what you're sharing, because you're in the pursuit of truth. And that I honor and I respect, my brother. Okay?
Appreciate it. All
right. All right. So I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for your time, my brother. We had a great build. I like the fact that it was fiery at times and interesting, because otherwise, if we was to talk about this regularly, ain't nobody gonna hear this. You see what time it is in the morning, my brother? Nobody, they're gonna go to sleep with us. You know,
I almost fell asleep before I even got on, bro. Like, that's why I hit you in the little private, like, hey, bro, could we schedule?
But we're going to so call tomorrow, call my team tomorrow. Let's schedule an appointment. Let's do our one-on-one discussion. And then from there, we're going to build further. Okay. But thank you for your efforts and the work you've been putting in the community and all the stuff. And I still say, people, go back and check out the brother's channel. You know what I'm saying? Go back, look at his channel, look at the things he posited there, so you can better understand when we have our dialogue. All right. So love you, King. You enjoy the rest of your evening. All right.
I love you too, brother. Have a good night.
All right. Shalom, King. All right, so I'm going to end off now, and I'm going to say thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate that. Hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for your time. Thank you for staying up so late with us. Thank you for bearing with us for this extra time that we expense in delivering this information to y'all. Hopefully it was beneficial to y'all. If y'all are watching this on the replay, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody who provided their support directly through the channel. I didn't get to see everything or read the last comments. I didn't. But with that being said, this is going to be a very good discussion. Me and the brother, I'm glad we was able to hash things out publicly, because he put things out publicly. That's why I wanted to address with him publicly and let people know that there's really no real beef or issues behind the scenes. It's just trying to get out information. It's zeal and so forth. But at the end of the day, it's all in our application of the scriptures. The pastor says something very interesting, and he was talking about the application of the scriptures being led by the word. Well, when I have dialogues with brothers, I want them to understand, based on the scriptures, saying not hold a grudge against your brother. I'm not going to hold a grudge against my brother. I'm just not going to do that. Even if I dislike the person, I'll just avoid them, so there will not be any continuing grudge. That is the fulfillment of scripture. It is fulfilled. Let me stop. So anyway, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for your time. Enjoy the rest of your evening, family. We'll be live again on Friday. I'm going to try to add some content before then if I can. I can't make no promises, but I'm going to try to. I have a lot of things that's going on this week that I'm working on, but I appreciate you for watching. Hopefully you enjoy. Please thumbs up this video before it goes off. Please share it everywhere. And thank you to the ones who did share. Please keep me in my prayers. And there's anything that we can do, KHM, to help you guys out, the information is there below. And if you want other methods and how you can support us, like on the Patreon, I'm going to add some more right there. It's going across right now. I'm gonna add some more sources based on the dialogue me and the brother has, so you can see the endless discourses on these subject matters and see the various ways in which it was interpreted and understood. All right. So love you, everybody in the chat. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Peace and shalom.